Oh, right, YouTube time first.
So here's the thing.
Hello.
We got some DLC.
You got the DLC.
We got gifted the DLC by Don Patapon.
Right.
We got
That's
the
out.
Step 1, Step 2, and Step 3 DLC. We don't have the Cove Wedding DLC, the Derek or Baxter DLC yet.
Frankly, the only one I want is Cove Wedding.
But right now, we're just going to continue on from where we left off.
So, yeah, for those that are joining us for the first time, boy howdy, what a treat this game is.
We're playing as Quinn Reed.
Quinn Reed.
Who,
good character.
Currently identifies, I believe, as she, her.
If I remember correctly?
And we finished off with doing
maybe
the first half of Step 1. Now, I say first half because we got all the DLC.
Yeah.
And we can choose to go to the next stage already. But why should we when we have 5 new mini-stories to go through in Step 1?
There's so much more to play. We have so much more kid adventures to have.
Where do you want to go first, Siren?
I'm voting just left to right.
Alright, we're gonna go to me.
Although I do feel, but yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, oh, did we save the library for the vibe? The vibe?
The Vive.
The vibe. So, do you remember who did what characters? Because I super do not.
I do.
Okay,
if there's one thing my stupid ass remembers, it is weird voices and who voices who.
Okay, good.
Speaking of, I'm trying to find a bunch of people to do a long read of Steins Gate.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
I want to find like a dedicated group of like 4 or 5 total, and just like Jingle Keys, like, hey guys, Jingle Keys, we're gonna be spending 8 hours today, reading through Steins Gate as a group.
Yo. Also, hello, Joey Jojo.
Hello, darling.
Say hi.
Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie.
Uh-oh.
So here's the other cool thing. There's
Right,
no
the
bad
vibes.
choices.
Yeah.
All of your choices affect Cove later on in life, though. Of like Cove's interests and preferences.
Yeah, also, they're different. They've also given different flavors of what each answer means based on the color coding.
Yeah. And in the sequel that they're making it so like it's more apparent.
What do you mean? Did they elaborate on the specifics on what that means?
Like there's more like emotional like avenues and whatnot. I haven't looked too much into it because the game isn't fully out yet, and I'm waiting for that. But I'm going to be reading the sequel with Lolatov Cocktail for Yaoi Readers Anonymous.
Yippee!
Because there are 2 love interests in that game off the bat. One identifies she, her, and one first identifies he, him, and throughout the game goes more they, them. And I looked into it. This character starts off he, him, and then they go non-binary, and then they go completely agender.
Oh, damn.
Or no, it's he, him, non-binary, gender fluid, agender. Which I think is super neat.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking? What are we thinking for Quinny here?
Oh, this was about going to the library for this thing?
Yeah, how do we feel about going to the library and competing with Lizzie, our sister?
I'm trying to remember what the vibe we were establishing Quinn to be as a character. Because you'll have, for those that are watching this back to back, apologies that it's been a little bit.
Yeah.
I've been sick a couple times in the time in between.
To my knowledge, we were making Quinn a little bit more energetic, but not overly so.
I think that's a safe way to say that. I think that's the right way to say that.
Extrovert, introvert.
Yeah, like I think ambivert. I don't know if that's still an accurate term, but that's one I've heard thrown around once or twice.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that they would vibe with the idea of the library, not just because I think it's canon to this channel that we always love the library. In my heart and mind.
I mean, look at it. I'm blue, the button is blue, the button says you loved it. You love me.
I think
you're legally obligated to love me. I'm true. Looking at you.
We're looking. Wait, you talking about me or the
I'm looking at you on screen, Saren.
Oh no. Nutmeg, I need you to be very brave. We love it. Cute personal space.
just slowly approaching.
They're just standing there menacingly. I'm stepping away from the microphone because I'm scared.
So here's a cool thing, by the way, about my model that we've decided. I have joined the Monster Girl team, for one thing.
Hell yeah.
The one Twitch team made by Porcelain Maid.
Hey yo.
Because my new model qualifies enough. Which
That's
we are
awesome.
raising money for.
I did not know that qualified enough.
Because either I am a Tsukomogami or a genius loci.
Ooh.
Which is to say, either I am the book that, has gained enough spirit energy to become its own thing, or the location has enough spirit energy to manifest a physical spirit. Also, Resco, thank you for the care package.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Resco. I actually did forget to I forgot to unscrew my water bottle, so thank you.
Also, just so that you understand, I am stretching.
Would you like me to hear if I do the overly exaggerated noise while I'm stretching? Maybe it'll come through well.
If you heard all those cracks, those were my knuckles.
Oofa doofa.
Each time it had been one of the highlights of your summer. Getting to hang out with Lizzie and Shiloh and learn new stuff was a lot of fun, even if Lizzie was super intense about it.
That's just Lizzie in a nutshell, though, right?
Yeah, and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year he'd brought Cove, too. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all four of you. Oh, you had never been in Cove's dad's car before. That's always something that reads weird to me.
Cove's dad's car. Yeah, it is a little silly sounding.
Like double possessive like that?
Yeah.
I mean, it both reads correct and weird.
Yeah, exactly.
After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that has a stingray on it.
Okay, this is gonna be a weird... Have fun, kids! Right, he's like the surfer bro.
Yeah.
Was like the vibe. I tried to make a dad version of the Vine that was like, you just smack down and it was like, whoop-a! Just smack blah! That kid. I hope that guy's doing good. That guy rules. Start drinking water. Staying aside the librarians here. I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work. Though, I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'll probably hold you kids back.
There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was like meant only as a joke. Cove's dad seems to deflate a bit.
I'll swing around again when this shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now.
So, again, as we have learned, Cove is on the spectrum.
Definitely.
Like reading through his messages now, like reading and like how he responds to stuff and all this, that is definite. That is like a definite like I can read that from this. It's not like he's trying to be mean. He's just no social cues.
Yeah, that's just how his brain works.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with Cove. He's just Cove.
And I think his dad doesn't understand that yet.
I really hope that Mr. Cove does. I forget their last name.
Holden? Yeah.
I'm hopeful Mr. Holden figures it out.
Yeah.
Because he's a good guy.
He's honestly a good dad.
On paper, he's a great dad.
He just fumbles a lot. Because
Which,
he doesn't
honestly,
understand his
fair. Sorry, go ahead.
He just doesn't understand his kid.
Yeah.
Your sister, already in full competition mode, cut him off for once. Cove looked grateful she was there. We have to go find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after, when we win.
You tell him, girl. Okay. I'll see you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced stage is really catching up to me now.
You're like 30. Shut the fuck up.
No, that's real. I'm 29 and I feel that on a spiritual level. Bye, Dad. Bye, son.
The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie.
I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library.
I want to go explore.
What?
I said I want to go look around and see what's in here.
But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Why did the first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove.
Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people.
Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians?
You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself.
Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at both of them, then his eyes met yours. God, that look is just looking through me. Why are you looking at them? Quinn is with us.
Quinn can come if they want to. Ooh, this is tough. My heart says I'd rather go exploring or go over to Cove.
I mean, we do want to spend time with our new friend. We've only known him for a couple of weeks, or like a few weeks, or like a month at this point.
Right, this is about the same timeline.
Like, this is all happening over the course of one summer.
That's the part that's nuts to me.
I'd rather go exploring.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously? Cove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. He knows this is one of the things you like doing with your family, but you'd chosen a time with him anyway. Fine, let's go, Shiloh.
Okay.
Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her.
She cares a lot about that.
That's just how Lizzie is.
I don't like it. Since you've been here a lot before, we can play hide and seek.
Hide and seek? Not exploring?
Yep. If I'm searching for you and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything.
Aww.
This kid's a genius.
You weren't entirely sure of how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong.
I'll hide first.
You know what I'm most excited for?
What?
When we get to step 2 and get to see him without the cast.
Yes. This poor kid's been on a cast all summer.
Decision made, Cove took off toward the back of the library. You'd already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was...
Ooh. Huh. What do you think?
Definitely gonna say beside the fairy tale display.
Yeah.
Unless we want Cove to be more into space.
I think we've leaned into the fairy, aspect a bit, right?
Yeah, like mermaids and all that.
Yeah.
So fairy tale display.
I like that more than the Peter Pan vibe.
Near the older kids section, there was a display with a bunch of fancy-looking books. They were old copies of old stories. Leaning over a Hans Christian Andersen section, hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, he peered into a tiny corner. And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. Gotcha!
Ah! I didn't think you'd find me so fast.
It's almost like this game was written to find you!
I assume you would have found him no matter which one you picked. Nice one.
I'm like a bloodhound. Cove laughed as a smile overtook his face.
You kinda are. Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek.
When Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hands, he went to go hide.
Ooh.
Under the giant piece of fruit. Near the toddler books. I'm a big fantasy nerd.
Yep. You're not gonna get any argument from me. I'm going for it. Let's do it. I'm not even interested in discussing it. Let's fucking rock.
You decided to hide from Cove in the fantasy section. Oh, do you mind taking over narration for the next big story bit?
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Like every little mini episode we swap back and forth?
Yeah. So, sorry, me take over now, or do you want
No. After the library story, you do
Yeah. That's fine.
He never really mentioned being interested in fantasy, so you had pretty good odds of hiding for a while there. If you didn't pay attention to it or read it much, he might just glance over it. And you were right, sort of. He left you waiting for a while, long enough that you eventually put yourself to your feet to stretch your legs. You won the round, but Cove wasn't even trying. Over the edge of the shelf, you saw him standing and staring at a bunch of books. Do you want to stop playing or something? Cove froze in place.
Ah. Sorry. I was gonna combine Find You Soon.
It's alright, let's, You gestured at the shelf full of books and the one in his hand that had been clearly taking up all of his attention.
They're the Narnia series. They have talking animals and a magic land and intense fights. And my mom used to read them to me.
Oh.
Her favorite one was Susan.
You weren't sure what to do. You weren't sure what he would do. His mom was always a sensitive topic. But he took the book back on the shelf, and that was all. It was nice the memories made him happy instead of sad this time.
It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot.
Okay. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. Well, Mississippi? When the time was up, he was long gone again. There were still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was...
Ooh.
Not here because of the whole Wonka experience. We don't want the unknown.
Nope.
We don't want the unknown.
The unknown.
What a
probably
fucked
Kid
up
Detective.
thing that was.
Yeah, I don't. What a bizarre thing.
The one meth lab Oompa Loompa.
Jesus Christ. I guess Kid Detectives, right?
Yeah, this one kind of sticks out as an oddball pick.
I mean, I don't know. It might be interesting.
It might be.
I'm intrigued as to what this would imply. Maybe he'd be a holiday guy. Is if we go with this one.
I mean, maybe he'd be super into Christmas time because it's like, hey, that's a nice time to hang out with the family.
It's true. It's guaranteed time to be with everybody. Or maybe he'll be thinking about what's my first Christmas with divorced parents gonna be like.
That... I gotta say Christmas stuff then.
I was gonna say it's gonna be that, or it's that or Kid Detective for me. So I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, the Willy Wonka statues are weird.
No way. Yeah.
The library had left all their Christmas things out, tucked away in the corner for months. Oh, it's one of these types of places.
Oh Lord! I mean, I've had a Charlie Brown Christmas tree on one of my shelves for literally 6 years. So
okay, that's like a single thing. But if your Christmas decorations are still up in January or in February, no.
January, it's kind of okay because like the actual festive Christian Christmas lasts into January technically. So I'm like, whatever, that's fine.
Sounds like Mom and Dad are home.
Oh.
It was a perfect place to hide. And And sure enough, as soon as you crouched down and peered behind the fuzzy green man with the word Grinch above his head, there Cove was.
That was so fast. Me and Mr. Grinch were just getting settled.
It looked like a gigantic frowning dowel. It seemed to be scowling at you the way it did at everybody, all the time. All the little other kids are scared of him. So Shiloh.
I'm not surprised, I don't think. He is a little funny looking. Let's keep playing.
Sorry, I'm fixing my glasses.
That is okay. I need to do good in at least one round.
He put his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth opening like he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway.
Sure.
Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're Quinn, right? You nodded. Phew, I found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him, and the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's go get you reunited so we can close up for the night.
Oh!
Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up front. Oh, the librarian was a man. Oops. Where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. There you are! She was pouting. You could tell all the way from across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? Oh.
Did you win?
I came in second. Oh, that was Shiloh.
That's fine. Hey, gang! I thought you'd have been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go off by yourself, at least.
Cove glanced over at you, then back up at his dad.
Me too.
Broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove?
I fucking love this kid. Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything.
What a pro.
He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one to the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in the Victor to be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she still had not forgiven your betrayal. Cove had sighed when he had to sit in the middle after Lizzie shot past him at the last second, but he cheered up some as you hopped in the back seat next to him. Aww.
Did you say you came in second place? That's some good going.
No, it's not. She levied another glare at you over her shoulder.
Sure. Striving to improve is good, too.
Lucy's a little toxic at the moment.
I think so. That makes Quinn the winner in your family.
Aww.
Wow.
Hi, Salou. How you doing?
Hello.
That's me. I'm the winner. I am the winner now. A winner is me.
So true.
What?
Quinn kept finding me in our game. I lost. We need a rematch.
Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why not?
It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. Man, she is super competitive.
She's exhausting.
I'm doing good, Salou. How about you? We're just reading through Our Life with the lovely Saren Skylark.
Yeah, it's me. Hey, how's it going?
You eyed the seat that she'd fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either.
Dad? Yes?
You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rear view mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call.
We need a prize. Oh! As a matter of fact,
Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him.
Right. The big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we could have pizza at home for dinner?
Pizza! Pineapples!
Pizza!
Pineapples!
What?
Pineapples!
You can have pineapple. I'm gonna get that TikTok trend one at Domino's.
Oh god, what is that?
It's garlic parm or Alfredo sauce, extra cheese with cheddar, and then it's Philly steak and bacon is what they recommend, but I just got sausage and it was fantastic.
You lost me at garlic.
You can do garlic parm or Alfredo sauce.
Lizzie puffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest.
Alfredo was...
Is Mommy gonna let you take a pizza for Mr. Holden?
We'll see. I'll ask her. I'll talk to all your moms about this.
Thanks, Cove's dad.
Thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad.
Oh! Look at that genuine
God.
smile!
Happy about something his dad did? That's a Cove Holden miracle right there.
That's a W. That's a W.
Pizza unites everyone. You're welcome. I do what I can. But you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. Oh, he won, but then he fumbled it at the last second, brother.
He is trying to be like, hey, you should try and socialize with people more. You should just walk off at random and not say anything.
Yeah.
He is trying to instill, like, the fatherly lesson.
It's true. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. I am. There's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time.
He just doesn't want to lose his son.
I don't blame him. I worry about you, and I bet Quinn's parents wouldn't want them to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son? Okay. That's my boy. Now, enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get.
Pepperoni.
That sounds good. Anything else?
And the conversation continued from there with debates on what was best to put on a pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other three kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were.
Mr. Holden, respectfully, you've lost all your cool points.
Just
because you're a surfer doesn't mean
salty.
you have to eat. That sounds exhausting to eat like that.
The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose.
Yeah, that was probably just him. You know, that's the one perk about being a dad. You get to say stuff that make your kids freak out, and then you laugh at it. I've been told that's the only perk of being a teacher as well.
You'd had a fun day already, but closing it out with the promise of free pizza after all the more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. It's a shame that you had to be able to do the quiz, but skipping it for just 1 year didn't hurt. It was worth it.
Yeah.
Aww.
That was awesome.
Let's go. It's Halloween.
I'm going ghost. It's free real estate. The night was incredibly still. You really couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flickered through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. Excuse me. The ones that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor, Cove. It was funny how he'd become such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. You thought a lot about what adventures you could have tomorrow until sleep started to catch up to you. Then you heard something scrape against the window. It wasn't that uncommon for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. The more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least.
Boy, am I glad he's out there and we're in here and that he's frozen in there.
He's the sheriff, and I just remembered we're out there and he's the cave. What I want to know is where's the caveman?
Still my fucking favorite YouTube poo. too creepy to ignore a sound like that. I have had nights like that.
Practically jumped out of bed and crept down the stairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door opening as you slipped past.
Jeez.
Wow. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking out each individual house. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. You knew you weren't supposed to be out right now.
I would be a little spooked.
Okay.
As a kid, I would be a little spooked. Especially, like, if we're investigating a spooky sound.
You didn't know what had come over you. If something bad happened, no one would know where you had gone, and the thought of that made your stomach tighten in fear. The ease with which you had slipped out only served to make you feel worse. Your moms didn't need to be vigilant because they had trusted you not to do exactly what you were doing. Quinn. You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calming down upon seeing Cove walking up to you. It was strange, and yet also completely normal to have him appear like this right now.
What a cool outfit.
That's a cute little outfit he's got.
That's a cute little outfit. He's got the cargo pants, too.
Yeah. You twitched... We skipped one.
No.
Did we?
No.
Oh, no, never mind, my bad. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window.
You weren't sleeping either? Why not?
Cove turned up his lips to smile, almost as if he were amused by the question. Because?
Oh, as a reminder, ad break in 10 minutes. I'm keeping an eye on it right now. I'm trying to start running ads at the top of every hour. But I gotta figure out how to properly schedule that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here because what? You should be in bed. That's so stupid.
That's weird. I would say number 1 or number 4, please.
Yeah, did you hear a weird noise?
You could tell you hit the nail on the head by the way his eyes widened. Yeah, you knew?
I heard it too.
That's why you came out, huh? Cove hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you?
A little, to be honest.
Yeah? Me too. I feel better that you're here.
Me too.
The two of you delicately smiled at that. Even Cove even chuckled a bit. It was nice that you both felt the same way about things. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person?
What if it's a raccoon?
Bancha?
Bancha just slides it across the screen. Hey, I'm Banchin over here.
Hey, I'm Banchin here. What up, man? I don't know.
We gotta find the guy with the kit.
The unsettling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Cove and you flinched. It sounds even worse than before. You were about to agree with him when the noise came yet again, tearing through the still night. The two of you rapidly looked around, trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to this puzzle. You thought that...
It had to be a ghost.
It had to be a ghost!
It's gotta be a ghost.
It could be anything.
I mean, it's not a bird. Birds aren't real. It's not a drone. We don't hear the rum.
Birds aren't real!
Yeah, birds aren't real. They're all government drones.
I'm literally holding a bird right now!
He's not real!
He's real! I made him! I mean, he's a familiar. Is that real? Does that count?
I love that this one guy committed to the bit so much he made a website and made merch for it, and people unironically buy it.
That's badass.
It had to be a ghost.
He's real. He's real. I made him. I mean, I think he's canonically exists. Invisible, creepy thing luring children from their beds. It had to be a monster. You were torn between the curiosity of discovering what the noise really was, and being scared enough to want to run straight home and hide under the bed covers. When you and Cove locked eyes, it was like speaking without words. Your mutual anxiety hadn't gone away entirely.
Hey, can you tell where it's coming from?
Not really.
Then we'll have to look more. Somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something.
Okay, let's go. You clustered together as you walked the familiar streets of your neighborhood, drawing strength from each other's presence. Shadows cut corners and angles where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. The noise came again, shrill and hard. It set your teeth on edge the way it's ground its way through you. Cove's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light.
Offer him your hand.
3 or 4. I think the hand is the right choice.
Definitely the hand.
You really wanted to be there for him and wanted to show that. Your hand was left up for him to take. Cove's mouth opened wordlessly. There was a pause, but ultimately he accepted the offer. His hand was really sweaty, but it didn't bother you. You were scared too, but being able to comfort Cove was the most important thing right now. Cove shut his eyes and pressed his lips together. Your fingers locked around each other even tighter. Where did you want to check?
Definitely the hills behind the house, I would say.
I agree. I think it's the hills.
Yeah, because if we're hearing all this stuff around the houses, why would it be at the beach at Park on the beach?
Exactly. You and Cove ascended the hill lit only by the stars in the night sky. The wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair. Without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing, every bush in the distance looked like a creepy figure or towering monster. The noise was just as loud here as it was in your neighborhood, with just as little indication behind the cause. Kept going forward.
Kept going forward.
You couldn't stop when you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. The top of the hill was an excellent vantage point to survey the town from. Everything appeared normal. There was no out-of-place sight pinpointing the answer to this mystery.
Okay.
Without visible markers to guide your way, you supposed it was up to you and Cove to deduce the source of the sound. The hill had great many hiding places, and you intended to check them all. You upturned rocks, peered up the trees, and rummaged in the thick grass for anything that might bring some closure on all this. You stuck close to Cove as you hunted for the source of the noise. When the shrieking noise shook the air, seeing him beside you calmed your racing heart. Seeking to ease your nerves and put aside thoughts of what might be out on this dark, spooky night, you decided to strike up a conversation.
Have you heard any rumors?
You searched for a topic. Your search for a topic was more fruitful than your search for the noise. Your eyes fell on Cove's cast, and you were instantly inspired.
Have you broken any other bones?
No.
Oh.
It turned out that wasn't much of an engaging topic for him after all.
So, I have never technically broken any bone.
Yeah, I've gotten some fractures, but I've never broken anything.
I did shatter my nose, though.
Oh, Jesus.
In high school. Hi, Bob!
Oh my God.
Have fun
Hello.
lurking. I think the hydrate.
I think, but what's Quinn's story?
Quinn, I would say, definitely broke their leg once.
I was gonna say, I don't know, I was thinking ankle, but actually no, that's better. I like leg more. Or leg or arm.
Yeah, definitely leg.
Broke your right arm once. Oh, geez, Resco.
Ugh.
Ugh.
You should have broken the wrong one then.
I knew you were gonna to say that. I felt it in your tone the second you started talking. I was like, "Oh, this is coming."
Oh god, that just reminds me of Ryu's Kudo board, where I had everybody convinced that I had put a pun in there.
1 second, sorry. He winced empathetically.
I still can't believe I had everybody convinced for days after Ryu's birthday that there was still a pun on that Kudo board.
That's insane to me that people are that afraid of them or that diligent. Absolutely buck wild to me.
See, here's a little lesson in trickery.
Oh? That was 10 years ago today.
Yeah, it was. May he rest in peace.
Ripping pepperonis. That sounds really bad.
I'm okay.
That put an end to your injury discussion, but Cove's calmer mood alleviated the bleak atmosphere like you hoped it would.
Oh, we have an ad coming in 50 seconds. As a reminder, the best way to avoid ads is with an Amazon Prime subscription or by subscribing to a Twitch channel of your choosing for $6 or more if you want to go above and beyond and go tier 2 or tier 3. And I would recommend always getting a sub via the desktop app because mobile has an upcharge of, I believe, $2 on subs.
It's $8 now, I think.
So, yeah, if you would like to subscribe to a channel, go through desktop, where you could subscribe to lovely people like Sierra and Skylark here.
What? What the?
And it helps those streamers reach the Plus program so that they may switch from getting 50-50 sub revenue to 60-40.
Oh my god.
Also Turbo.
Mm-hmm.
There's also Twitch Turbo, which gives support to streamers, and you get no ads. And there's the ad break.
Oh, here it comes. We want to wait 3 minutes?
Yeah, we can just chat for a little bit. I'll be right back, YouTube.
Hello.
Alright, let's continue on.
Yippee. Cove cast his eyes out to the darkness, feeling bolder.
Oh, he's feeling bolder?
Excuse me?
No, he's feeling italic.
Oh my god. God damn it, Paige. Incredible. Sorry, one sec. Sorry.
Remember, if you see something funny on the channel, make sure to use exclamation point clip and it'll grab the last 30 to 60 seconds and make a quick clip for you that I can edit myself later.
Does this make you feel strange? We were people who heard weird noises at night and are out looking for what it is.
Oh, this is a horror game now, clearly.
Oh my god, it is a horror game now.
It's like we're at the start of a book or a movie and we're the main characters.
Or it's like we're in a dating sim.
Vine boom.
Boom. Yeah.
Boom.
It's definitely one of these.
Fantasy story.
I would say fantasy story because the horror story might scare the crap out of us both.
Yep.
Like, as a kid, did you ever try to scare other kids and you scared yourself?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The world they found outside looked like their own, but it wasn't. They had stepped into another dimension without even knowing.
Really?
Yeah, it's a dimension where everyone has been cursed to sleep until the monster making the noise is defeated.
How are we gonna defeat the monster?
We'll find magical swords that can defeat the dreaded beast with one blow. And by that, we mean sticks.
Yes!
Which reminds me of this weird Reddit post I saw of this guy that made, like, his own little, like, gun rack showcase.
Yo.
But it
what?
was just sticks that looked like guns.
Oh my god.
And he had, like, 50 of them.
Huh.
And, like, one of the captions was, like, guys will just see a post like this and go, like, hell yeah.
Hell yeah!
Like, what? Like, the same thing with, like, digging a hole on the beach. What is it with men?
Look, it just Look, I see a big stick while I'm walking through the woods. I'm picking that shit up and using it as a cane the rest of the ride, the rest of the trip.
Look, I was
I'm
the
going,
same
"Hell
way
yeah,
when
stick."
I was a guy. I was the same way.
Real and true. Okay.
Well, but
Oh, I got you. Well, whatever the noise was, you were confident that you had established that it was not coming from the hill. Once you were satisfied nothing out of the ordinary was to be found on the hill, you had to consider your next step.
we could check the park too.
This is a tough one.
This feels like it's gonna end the story.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
So it's just a matter if we want yellow or blue.
Blue or yellow? I don't know. What do you think they would go to first? Maybe the beach?
Yeah. Definitely the beach.
The beach? Nicki Minaj. Beach stretched out in front of you. Nothing in sight along its sands no matter which way you turned. Part of you had imagined the noise as some creature of the deep, washed up on the shore and calling for aid. That theory had to be taken off the list for now. Still, you spent enough time on the shore to know that the real finds often required a sharp eye and careful attention. The sound was no more than a whimper now, emboldened, and kept your head high and walked along the sand. Let's see if there's anything here. Cove began to comb the beach for clues. You followed suit. The angry wind sent grains of sand rolling across. The angry wind sent grains of sand rolling across the beach like waves. You stayed clear of the water, which was rough and choppy tonight, and scoured the area for hints as to what might be happening. You saw something glint in the sand, full of promise, but when you eagerly uncovered it, you found that it was just foil from a chip packet. You stowed it away with a sigh.
Damn.
Did you find something?
Just litter. Just trash. I wrote this game.
What?
It's just a joke. Or like you predict what's the next line perfectly, or almost perfectly. Just like, hey, I wrote this game.
Hope shrugged and gave you a sympathetic smile. That's how it goes sometimes.
You like hunting for treasures on the beach too, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever found anything mysterious or weird?
You were expecting him to mull the question over for a bit, but Cove answered immediately. Teeth. That's...
Like a shark's tooth?
You'd seen those for sale in shops, though you'd never been lucky enough to stumble across one at the beach. No, not that. People teeth. That's terrifying.
No!
Yeah. You know how grown-ups sometimes don't have their own teeth any longer, and they get fake ones so they can still eat? You nodded, listening in fascinated horror. I found some. The top half.
How'd you know it was the top half?
It had the pink top of the mouth bit like this. He opened wide and pointed at the roof of his mouth. You let out a squeal.
What did you do with them?
Mom took them from me. I don't know what happened to it after that.
Probably thrown out.
Probably.
That was... way stranger than the stuff I've seen.
The stuff I've seen, yep.
Definitely. Like, imagine just finding half a pair of dentures.
That sucks. I feel bad for whoever's lost those dentures. Dentures are not cheap.
The weirdest thing I remember was a keyring with Lizzie's name on it, but it wasn't actually hers.
The Coincidence was made much less special by the fact that it was actually said Liz, a moniker your sister had never taken. Neat. Neat. Oh my god! That soft, closed-eyed smile, him just saying, neat.
Oh, it's gonna melt
Kof
my
was
heart.
Yeah. Kof was still tickled by your discovery, even if you thought it wasn't as exciting as his. As you contemplated your options, it occurred to you that you hadn't heard the noise for a while.
Kof, I think it's gone.
Kof perked up at this. You watched as he listened for the scary sound that had become the background noise to your adventure. You're right. You both stood awkwardly in the now silent night. Without the mysterious call to lead you, there wasn't really a reason to stay out here any longer. The night was still as you walked home, with none of the usual background noises or the eerie whistle from before. You could hear every step you and Kof made like a cough in a movie theater.
Oh, God.
The two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous.
Uh-oh. Oh, this part.
No. What?
Now to sneak back inside.
What do you mean, this part?
This is the part where, like, you gotta sneak back inside without your parents noticing.
Do you sneak out a lot?
This is the first time, I would say. Like, judging by what was, like, narratively spoken of earlier.
Yeah, it does seem like... I do like the option to say lots lying, lots truthful.
Yeah, that's kind of
really,
cute.
There's a lot. I love the little details of that. That's really good.
Definitely the first time you snuck out, I would say.
I think the character we're establishing definitely would not sneak out.
I've never tried to do it until now.
Thought so.
How'd you know?
I haven't seen you out of my window this late before. He... Oh my god. That was fair, though it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking and this was the first time he had caught you.
Are you worried about getting caught?
No. He was so forthright that you believed him completely.
But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you?
He's never happy with what I do.
Oh.
No. Oh, buddy. This is a tough one. Jesus. I don't like any of these answers. This is rough. This is genuinely a really tough one. I don't know what to say. What would you say?
I don't know how to react to that, honestly.
Do you think Quinn would just be like, what the fuck do I say here? Or would they just... because it's like a kid, so I'm like, would the kid
I would say
blindsided, or would the kid have an opinion immediately? Because I'm like, I feel like kid me, like, snap had a thought, usually.
Yeah.
Not think about what that entails. It's like, I know we've been, like, we've been meticulous about our choices, relatively. But I'm also trying to think more as if I was a kid in this scenario.
If I'm going ADHD brain snap decision, you encourage Cove to see it more positively.
Sorry, ADHD Bree.
Yeah, ADHD brain mode.
I know you said ADHD, but I heard ADH Brie as in brie cheese.
Oh, that's not brie cheese is delicious. My favorite cheese.
That's great. It's I don't have a strong opinion about a cheese, but that's a pretty good choice. I love a good Wensleydale.
Dad's just worried about you. He cares.
Doesn't matter if he worries, if he's the one who makes things worse.
Alright, I'm going in.
Okay, good night.
Good night, Cove. Thanks for coming with me tonight. I'm not sure I could have done it by myself.
I wanted to go with you. You beamed at him. You turned the doorknob as slowly as a clock's minute hand, holding your breath for the telltale click of the lock, then nudged it open. When all that happened was the door opening rather than the blaring alarms that you'd feared, you melted with relief. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same show as they were watching before you left. Yet you were positive you'd been out investigating for hours.
Aww. It wasn't even that long.
Oh my god. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion, but how could you get there? What would we do here? Do we sneak or do we just like, whatever?
I would say, yeah, whatever. Like that would be my first thing. Like, yeah. I mean, they won't.
I mean, I walked out without them noticing. I could probably walk in without them noticing too.
Yeah, just
if you look like you got up to trouble, people will think you got up to trouble.
And that's what sneaking would do.
Exactly.
So definitely option
Play
4.
Act like you belong. Act like you belong. Number 2. Sometimes the best thing you could do was to hide in plain sight. You strode across the room in the direction of the staircase.
Quinn?
Your moms knew you were up, but they had no idea why. They abandoned the couch and the show to hurry over. They were still in a state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet. What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? This is the tough one now. What do you want to do, Paige? What do you want to say?
I heard a weird noise and went outside.
Really? Alright.
I mean, let's see how they respond.
Quinn wouldn't lie, I guess.
Quinn wouldn't lie.
But would Quinn not tell the truth, and would Quinn not admit the truth immediately? I am worried that we're gonna admit the truth and then, like, get Cove snitched. I don't want to accidentally snitch on Cove.
Let's see what this
That might be a
answer
separate
is.
option.
Remember, as a guest, at the start of every visual novel episode, you may ask me to do a save scum.
True.
So let's see how they respond to that.
Resco, that's a fair shout, actually. I am intrigued by her Quinn just coming back in and being like, yo, so this happened. And then there's like, what? But yeah, let's tell the truth.
I went out to find out what was causing a noise.
Time seemed to drag as the color drained from your mom's faces.
Out where? Out of your bedroom. That's what you mean, right?
You pointed to the front door, confirming their worst fears. Mommy remained frozen in shock while Mom launched into lecturing mode.
Quinn Reed, it is not safe for you to be out at this time of night by yourself. If something was wrong, you should have come up to us. I think you knew better than that. I trusted you to know better than that. Anything could have happened to you.
If we don't know where you are, it's a lot harder to keep you safe. Her voice was soft, yet it still cut deep. You pawed at the ground with your feet. What they were saying made sense.
It was scary. I don't like being scared. I just wanted to see what was there.
Honey. Mommy wrapped her arms around you, cradling the back of your head. You clung to her.
You're brave for facing your fears, but you need to be smart too. It was scary because it might possibly have been something dangerous, right? That kind of worry is something you should tell us about. Okay.
Mom shook her head with a sigh. Let's get you back in bed where you belong.
Right, we'll have a talk about this in the morning. This is definitely a lot nicer than I would have thought.
Yeah, that went better than I thought.
But then again, I'm used to the worst case scenario with my folks.
Yep. You pulled a face at that, but didn't protest. All things considered, they could have been much harder on you. Once your moms had left, you turned over the night's adventure in your mind. It was still hard to believe that you'd really done it. Sure, you were going to get a talking to tomorrow, but it had been a night that you'd never forget, for better and worse. You hoped that Cove had gotten home okay, though he hadn't been worried. Being told off was never fun. Wriggling down deeper underneath the sheets, your thoughts turned to the unsolved mystery. You and Cove had only just begun to scratch the surface of it. Maybe you'd solve it and maybe you wouldn't, but what mattered was that you'd shared the experience with each other. You were still so energized by the night's excitement that you tossed and turned in bed for some time, thinking up theories to share with Cove when you next saw him. Sleep eventually claimed you, but the adventure merely resumed in your dreams. In the morning, the lecture continued, but ultimately your moms let you off with a warning. It had been pretty unusual circumstances, after all. You later learned Cove didn't end up in trouble for the nightly escapade either. It was unclear whether that was because his dad chose not to punish him, or if Cove got away with it. As for the sounds that started this all, the adults around were convinced it was nothing more than the wind. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple so easily? Maybe it'd make more sense when you're grown up, too.
Okay. 3 more.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. Booklets, while we're waiting for Siren to come back, thank you for stopping on by so far, and I'm so happy to always see so many wonderful faces here.
Yeah!
Okay, I think our next option is going to be the barbecue. Because I do enjoy me a good barbecue. God, the music in this game is also so sweet and simple. Let me just save the game while we're at it. This one looks like it's gonna be a little rough. But yeah, weird that we get these 10 little mini stories over the course of what is essentially 2 months? 3 months? How long is summer vacation? Summer vacation is usually like June to August. Usually just over 2 months. Depending on the school district, that is.
I remember summer vacay being like 2.5 months.
Oh!
Never being long enough.
One moment.
Oh?
YouTube will be right back. So Raiders, as you can see, we are currently in step 1. And when you start the game, you only have these top 5 in each step. Mm-hmm. But thanks to a lovely gifter from the channel, we have all the DLC now, at least for the story. So let's go see what's at the barbecue, shall we?
I'm very excited.
Oh, one of these types of parks.
Yeah. I've seen those grills my entire life.
He'd been brought along to the big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title.
It's so big.
The park near your house with its lonely playground equipment wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse of grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk to by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, so you soaked up the environment. Mm-hmm. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was that this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together luring people in from all over the local area with the promise of barbecue and fireworks.
Yeah!
Okay, so here's a question. How do you feel about fireworks?
They're pretty alright, I guess.
And they always kind of like bothered me, depending on like what happened with them. I would sometimes have to cover my ears.
Yeah. I think I enjoyed them when they were happening.
Yeah.
But I was never I never went out of my way for fireworks. But I do remember going to like 4th of July stuff as a kid. And then there was a specific like minor league baseball team I'd go to that on Fridays their games would end with fireworks.
Oh.
Yeah. This was just a tradition they had.
Yeah, the White Sox also have that whenever they hit a home run.
Yeah. I'm talking about the jackhammers / slammers.
Oh, yeah. Your family and Coves were just two of many. What seemed to be like dozens of cars were parked up already when you had arrived. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement.
What would Quinn vibe with?
Rezko
I enjoy...
says.
Yeah? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
He enjoyed watching professional fireworks shows, but had too many close calls with fireworks. Yeah,
Yes.
understandable.
Yeah, I never want to set off fireworks by myself. I did that once with some friends in they lived in the woods, and I was like, I don't vibe with this. But like going to see a show of it, I'm like, yeah, it's kind of cool.
I mean, fireworks are pretty to watch.
What would Quinn be into in this case? What would our kid be into?
I would say Quinn would think, can't wait for the fireworks or can't wait for the food.
I was thinking that or the kids. More kids. Because we did establish from the jump that they are into meeting new kids with Cove.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I think fireworks, food, or new kids.
New kids.
Alright, cool.
It was going to be so fun. Mommy had told you that the people running the community event were charging for it, but she wanted them to get something in return. Which is why you'd not been allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcake she had carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. I had a firework explode on my butt once. Safety is... I'm sorry, what?
Oh my god. Friday? That's... Alright. Or I'm glad... I presume that you have a butt still. I hope everything's working alright down there, gamer.
Talking about blowing your ass away.
Oh my god.
As a kid, when I would visit one of my cousins, they would sometimes throw snapdragons at me.
Oh.
You know those.
Yeah.
Those little pre-packaged little like black powder things, like you throw on the ground, they make a little snap.
Mm-hmm.
You ever get hit with one of those? They leave tiny burn marks. Ow!
It's very scary and very dangerous.
Yeah. Every time the car made a turn, she'd clutch the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge box of juice boxes,
Yes!
was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. Okay, so, in order. Juice boxes are at the bottom of the list. Followed by those little plastic barrel ones that had like a little tinfoil top that you peel off.
Yeah.
Followed by those little like rocket-shaped ones that like you could squeeze. Followed by Capri Suns at the top.
Yeah, Capri Sun.
I wish they made like an adult-sized Capri Sun.
You know they're bottling it now, right?
Really?
Yeah, I think we were talking about this on another stream a while ago.
Oh,
let me see if I can find it. Capri Sun is coming for adults with bottles.
Mix it up.
But I'm
Why
like...
are you not working? Oh, there it is.
They're also doing 96 ounces.
Oh!
Which is just dangerous. That's so much sugar.
Just gonna take this moment to put these in the chat. They do both bottles and pouches. Thank you, Rezko. I definitely am gonna look into that because Capri Suns are pretty fucking hog.
Yeah.
You bet there had been no such dramatics around the cargo getting here in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes.
Okie dokie. Everyone all set?
So here's the other thing, Raiders and booklets. We have two moms.
Yeah.
This is Mommy. This is
It should be. Co, did you put sunscreen on before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me.
Mr. Holden deflated. His attempt at caring for his son rebuffed, but he triumphed with a smile.
Good kid. Good kid. I don't want you getting burned or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day.
And this is our mom. Don't think there's going to be any risk of that second part. Mom nodded at the tables up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right. There was plenty to go around. The parents headed over, with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar. Chilled meat, sliced vegetables, big bags of chips. But there was a lot you didn't recognize. Your moms had said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat.
Oh?
I would say we would listen to the rules unless we explicitly ask, hey, can I have just a little snack?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you didn't want to risk getting caught, or you didn't want to listen to the rules.
Yeah, I want to listen to their rules, especially after last night.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, we don't know the timeline of everything.
By the fact that we've only have like 2.5 months for this step.
Yeah.
And we have 10 little stories.
True.
You felt that was important. You saw that Mommy and I almost said Mr. Mommy and Holden. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they'd brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile.
I've never yawned and laughed at the same time. That was terrifying. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink?
Yeah, this is our sister Lizzie. That'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a giant ice cooler on the ground stuffed with full cans of soda, boxes of juice and milk, as well as bottles of water. Your drink was...
Not milk.
Duh, no.
Soda, water, or juice. Real. Why would you... Don't drink... Look. We are not milk guzzling. We're not interested.
Especially if it's like in one of those like cartons, like those little boxes of milk, where like you get the paper taste as you're drinking from it.
Real.
No. Juice or water?
No soda?
No soda. Quinn is a hydro homie.
Okay, then that's water.
Quinn is a hydro and like fruit homie.
Okay.
Besides, soda's just gonna make us tired by the end of the night.
True. That's true. We do not need caffeine and sugar.
Water.
Water or juice?
Water for sure, I would say.
Yes. Hydro homie. I literally drank over a gallon of water every day.
The water went down easily, quenching a thirst you hadn't noticed. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, pantomiming enjoyment.
That hit the spot. You kids should go have fun. You could take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables.
We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids. Like a general directing their battalion, she pointed the way. Come on, let's go over there. Cove's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. But ultimately he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. Definitely gonna stick with Cove.
Yep.
Especially if he's going with Lizzie alone.
Yep. Ain't no way.
You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of a group of parents. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pelted away at full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. The kids were far out in the field. Still, at your speed, it wasn't long until you'd reach them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers. Hi, I'm Lizzie. That's my little sibling, Quinn, and the one with the gas is Cove. Hi.
Hey.
Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. And this is the other main character of the game. The whole purpose of this game. You spend this game building a relationship with this lovely little being and growing up with him.
Yeah, it's really cute.
And all of your responses in this game affect Cove later on in life.
Mm-hmm.
There was a chorus of hellos and names from the other kids. One of the kids who looked about to be Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded over his chest. What are you up to? The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers who'd introduced himself as Hayden. Does he have a friend, Hayden? Hayden, Braden, Jaden, and O'Kaden.
Oh my god.
Shrugged as he looked to the others.
What voice do we want to do for Hayden?
Not much.
He's just a background character. He doesn't even get
get screen time.
He doesn't even get a drawing.
The second kid to pipe up, Lisa, had half of her face obscured behind the huge glasses she wore.
We haven't
you first?
We haven't decided yet.
We had the same idea.
We haven't decided yet.
She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw the spray of water first and heard the shriek of someone. Uh-oh.
water gun fight.
Aww. What Lisa says here.
Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left.
The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guess that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over, with a glint in her eyes and her braids streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand too late, when the trigger had already been pressed. Ack! Rude.
Hey!
Lizzie, who'd been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped water from his face. You rubbed at your ear. Ugh.
Ugh,
That's a dick move.
That's the worst.
That is against the Geneva Convention of water gun fights.
Yeah, that kid's getting banned.
Never go for the ear or the eyes.
Yeah, you go for the ears and the eyes, you're getting it. You're getting an ass whooping.
Well, we can't say don't spray people because I think that's like the point of the water guns.
I think the worst option is watch out. He had a cast. I don't know about you.
I don't want to push her because that's just gonna start a fight.
Yeah, I don't like any of these options. This is the first one I think I'm truly like, no, I actually really don't like all four of these.
Ugh.
It's cool. For the character we're trying to tell, for the record, folks.
Yeah.
I think that most of these are fine options. I just think if we say he has a cast, that's gonna make. I think that's setting up for something bad.
That would just like preclude him from other activities.
Exactly. When we've never done that to him so far.
Let's
That
just
would feel
laugh
very out of
awkwardly,
character.
shall we?
I was gonna say, yeah, that or pushing her.
Yeah, but if we push her away, that's just gonna. She might fall over. She might start crying.
Yeah,
Because you know
I
how
guess
kids can be.
Yeah, none of these are perfect answers. I guess laughing is the least bad.
Yeah. It was pretty funny, and you were unhurt by the water trickling down your neck. The girl simply darted off to find more victims, unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl, not meaning anything by it, didn't change the fact that she'd been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up as she had an idea.
Hey, we should catch her. She wouldn't be able to spray people if she's running away from everybody.
Yeah. Cove nodded as the other kids murmured their interest, or lack of it, in the game. This seems like a very Cove reaction. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
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 Yeah. Okay.
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 You joined the group of kids and tearing off after the girl.
I do feel bad that we're kind of not. Were we leaving Cove and Lizzie behind by making this decision?
No. Lizzie is one of the people that was into it.
And Cove is like, fair.
You joined the group of kids and tearing off after the girl with the pistol. Spotting you all over her shoulder, she laughed and shot her pistol in the air. Only a couple of drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord within your team as someone stood on your foot and you collided with Cole's shoulder.
No.
Sorry! Cove shot you a smile that gave you a feeling of camaraderie.
It's okay.
You were closing in on the girl, but you weren't alone. Lizzie's face was set with intent, and two older kids
shit.
were hot on her heels too.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
I'd say number 1 or number 5. 1, 2, or 5.
I would say number 5 mostly because, hey, what if we can't stop and we knock her over?
I'd say YOLO. Do it. Number 2.
Number 2?
I vote number 2. I'm gonna say this one time. I'm gonna say fuck it, we ball.
Fuck it, we ball.
I don't know. I think Quinn would get caught up in the moment.
Yeah, you pushed yourself, willing your legs to move just that bit faster. You were close, and then you tackled her to the ground. You did it. The girl had been caught giggled as she got to her feet, brushing strands of grass off of her knees. Smiling, Cove came to a stop at your side. Lizzie whooped with delight, clapping her hands. The boy with bright sneakers grinned. Hey, you're it now. Catch us if you can.
Yeah!
I'll do it. You won't get away from me. With that, you all dispersed, squealing and laughing as you tried to evade capture. The sorrow mood from earlier had evaporated entirely, replaced by light and playful atmosphere. That's cute.
Yeah.
Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up to your nose.
Barbecue!
Let's go.
Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange as the sun sunk down on the horizon. With all the excitement, you lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over the grills and poking them to life. It was nearly time to eat. We should get over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye. It was cool playing.
Why, it was cool playing.
Yeah.
You guys heard of my friend Sly Cooper?
Sly! You've gotta use a triangle button to ninja spire jump through here!
That way you could catch the girl with the water gun.
Yeah, bye. Bye! You waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of smoke. As the three of you approached the tables, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Woof! That's quite a cough.
Are you alright, sweetie? What the?
Are we sick?
I don't know.
I mean, I understand this wholly because asthma.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna leave that one up to you.
Let me see. Just gonna... Oh, it's just the smoke that's bothering us. Yeah, that would bother me too.
Oh, baby, I'm sorry. The smoke will be gone soon.
Yeah, like the smell of a barbecue is great. The smoke of
Yes.
a barbecue is no.
Yeah. No one needs to go up. No one needs to go up to the girls if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need, okay?
There was no response from the other two kids here.
Oh,
Aww, I can do it.
poor kid. Poor kiddo.
I can do it. I think Quinn would say I can do it.
Yeah. Alright, but tell me if it gets too much for you.
Good mom here.
Hell yeah, shouts out to mommy.
The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you'd like on it. There's different meats and veggies. As you approached, you found the vast array of bits and pieces ready to be skewered and served up. Okay, so like butternut squash and zucchini on a kebab? Hello? That's great. Onion on a kebab? Nah. Let's see. Oh, there's zucchini.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go zucchini, peppers, shrimp, potatoes. And that's everything.
Okay.
Because if you mix too many meats, it just kind of like ruins the appetite.
No. I guess because you're a kid, probably no onions.
Yeah, no onion. Sounds good to me.
The veggies will be good for you.
Her order given, you waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. But seriously, like, zucchini? Delicious when grilled. Hi again. I heard you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Noticing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having?
Why does it matter?
I don't know, I was just asking.
I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables, except onions.
Yep. Kid reaction.
Yep.
Lizzie hummed while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess, but chicken is definitely the better one.
Then you can eat all the chicken.
I'm going to. All the chicken in the world?
In the world?
No, that's dumb, you know what I mean. Lizzie peered over to the grills where the kebabs were being handed out, a growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. They're coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove.
I didn't make the wrong choice.
There isn't a wrong choice.
Isn't a wrong choice.
It's just what kebab somebody eats. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab, then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We've got the goods.
O's daddy is looking for a place we could sit.
In the meantime, they began passing out the kebabs to their rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. These are pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves with the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you tentatively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Yeah, I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, it's sharp. Don't touch it. Touch.
This is dangerous. Don't touch it. Immediately touch it.
I have to make sure. I have to test it.
Though it didn't hurt your hand, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mommy clucked her tongue.
It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second.
That's what you get for the price of free, but we can hack it, right? Lizzie nodded her head vigorously, clutching her kebab like a trophy.
Free is free.
Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent out to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the sitting area. He beckoned your group over to join him. He clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden.
Thanks, this looks delicious. Thank you for getting us a space out here.
Everyone tucked into their food. You gobbled it up eagerly, only partially obstructed by the awkwardness of eating from a skewer. Running around with the other kids has helped you work up an appetite.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Holden, what do you do?
Well, I do a lot of things.
Do you play golf?
Only if you count mini golf.
The only golf that matters.
Real. So true, so true.
One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. So here's the thing.
Girl.
I would pay top dollar to watch professional golfers golf on a mini golf course. And not just like a standard mini golf course, but like one of those like golf with your friends style mini golf courses.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Like, let's see a professional handle crazy Fall Guys level mini golf.
I would really enjoy that, actually.
Who is with me on that?
Hell yeah. I'm in.
She could enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress, but your sister took her passion very seriously.
Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot.
Cove groaned at the feeble pun. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense. Just as well, she'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need a good drive or two to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation.
Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it.
A drive is a type of golf shot. You should give real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks.
Don't try to change my dad to be more like you.
Lucy gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated.
That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made for that, but still, the offer is appreciated, Lizzie.
Then tell me something you really do already. You just go away every day.
I like scuba diving, though with the business, that's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading, snorkeling.
Those are things Cove likes.
Would he like that?
I don't know. Does he?
I don't know.
I mean,
That's a
Cove
tough.
likes the beach as well.
Yeah. Or it's cool that good thing you live by the beach is probably what I would say here. Don't I know it? I have nightmares about moving inland. That's not a good joke.
The sun had been setting when you got your food, and by the time you'd finished, the night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sum of its parts. The seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient for yourself was what made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle.
Okay, now that the food is gone, you've got to watch your hands. Quinn, Lizzie, please hold them out.
Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mommy splashed some water over her fingers and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Here. Mom passed her a paper towel from her purse and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands.
Your turn, Quinn.
Well, yeah, who wants sticky fingers?
Real.
Copying Lizzie, you wash your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants and leaving a stain where his fingers had been.
Yeah.
Mr. Holden shook his head.
Well, let's clean that off, pal.
He scrubbed at the fabric with a scrub-shut napkin.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
When everyone was cleaned up, or as clean as they could be, at the limited facilities, Mom spoke up. Let's go make one last chuck at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time! We have to get a good spot. Everybody's gonna be taken.
How about I go ahead and save space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting the drinks.
Smart. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place.
Sure thing. I could use an extra pair of eyes.
Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude.
All right, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit.
Oh, that's right.
Cove, and... Yeah.
His name is Cliff Holden.
Cliff Holden. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Pan, Cove, and Quinn, do you want to go get the drinks?
Okay.
So not only is he a surfer dude, bro, he also sounds like a mountain climber.
My name's Cliff Holden. What's going on, brother?
I'll get all the stuff we need.
Yeah, sure.
As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden headed off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, he joined Cove and Mom in returning to the cooler where he'd picked up drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. What had originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice which cushioned the drinks and kept them cool was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. The drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful in amongst them. Mom rummaged around in the cooler, excavating a couple of juice boxes from the bottom in the process. Aha! Quinn, Cove, you can take one of those if you want. The perks of helping. I mean, we earned a juice box today.
Yeah.
However,
Yep.
a juice
I
box
totally-
to share.
Yes. I think that's the right choice.
Cove hesitated, but decided to take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over into the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy. Hold on. Hold tight while I get this. Hey, hon. How's it going? Did you find our perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, perpetuated by a huzz as Mommy gave her directions. Catching her eye, she gestured toward the grassy area. The grassy area, Siren.
Oh, no.
Let's gesture to the grassy area.
That's... I thought you were going to make a grassy knoll joke. I'm glad this is where you were going.
Look at the wait. Let's find them on the grassy area, guys.
We're playing... Oh my god, yeah.
Where the fuck is Waldo?
Times of War. Where is Waldo?
We've got a place. Come on, we'd better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through this field, and the separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families. Hello, we're here. We come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you handed over the spare drinks. You held up the extra juice box. I brought this for someone. You're so thoughtful, Quinn. Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
You first.
You're so thoughtful, Quinn.
Despite Mommy replying pretty expectantly, there was just one person who made a claim to the sweet drink. I wonder who. Can I have it? Okay. Oh!
Aww.
Please, my heart. Thanks. I love you, Quinn. Oh, Lizzie. Oh God, my
These
head.
are good.
Oh, I just got a real dizzy spell.
Uh-oh. You good?
Yeah.
Need a minute?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. I don't mind stopping if we gotta stop.
No, we're gonna finish step one.
Okay. I don't mind pausing for a bit if we need to.
I'm fine. It's just
Okay.
just me squeeing like that gave me a little head rush.
Ah, wow. Okay, cool.
I
Just
love my
making
shitty
sure.
lungs. Yeah. Thank you though. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, don't feel like you gotta keep going for me. I think the booklings would understand if we gotta step away.
Nah, I'm good for now. I promise. I'm good.
Yeah. I believe you.
You two are a real pair. Once everyone had been equipped with a drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their numbers were steadily decreasing as their parents called them over and restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups. Pausing every so often, you nudged Cove and pointed. What are they doing?
Is that like Solid Snake style?
I don't know.
Oh no, with a box. Oh, they're holding a box. Oh, I see. It's like, are they in a cardboard box sneaking around?
Are we getting treats?
Oh, hell yeah.
Or presents?
It looks like they're...
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. It looks like they're handing something out. I can't make out what it is.
I hope it's not drinks. Mommy chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove were now watching the bestower of mystery goods keenly. Are they coming to us too? Mom softly put her heads on the top of your sister's shoulders as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see.
I'm intrigued.
I'm casually interested.
Studying the man with the box closely as he gradually meandered near her, you could make out what he was handing out small items to most of the groups he stopped at. They seemed too short to be water bottles, but beyond that, it remained a mystery. Then, the box man made his way to your group. I'm handing
yes,
out dessert. Any takers?
Hello.
There's dessert? Lizzie squealed, hopping off the ground. The man chuckled.
Yo!
Parfait cups!
I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream's on the menu, vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup.
Oh, those are
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah! God, this is my childhood. I forgot that these existed until just now.
Nice. None for me though, thanks. Even better if you get the ones with like little cookie crumble.
Oh.
Like little golden cookie crumble on the bottom.
Oh my god, dude. Illegal. How delicious these are. Same, but the offer is appreciated.
I want chocolate.
Can I have strawberry? And a strawberry for me too, please.
No, you were gonna have to make a decision. Chocolate or strawberry? Booklets, we need to make an important, life-altering decision.
Resco, you're 100% right. That's how you knew this was a good time. I don't know. This is tough. Ooh, interesting that you can... Oh! You can also say you're lactose intolerant.
Oh, that is nice.
I appreciate that the option is there, but I'm eating that even if I am lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
You goddamn right.
I would say Quinn is more interested in like veggies and fruit.
Okay.
Quinn is that type of kid who's like, I like sweet things, but I also like savory things. But I'm not the type of kid that's like chocolate.
That's me. I love chocolate. I can't stop myself. I have a problem.
Favorite type of chocolate.
I just meant sweets in general, but I really like
no,
chocolate
that's
and
fair.
stuff.
For me, it's chocolate truffles.
Ooh. I'm trying to think of what my usual go-to is.
I'm gonna get strawberry. Definitely is what I'm gonna say.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue with it. Honestly, both of these are great choices.
Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. It came packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon.
Yeah!
These are the perfect
Yes.
things!
Honestly, this is the real shit right here.
The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way.
Thank you, kids. Are you gonna thank the nice man too?
There was a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group.
Thank
The
you.
man couldn't spend much time with each group considering how many he had to get to. He peeled back the tab that covered the ice cream and got right into your unexpected treat. It tasted amazing.
The thing better than ice cream is ice cream you didn't know you were gonna get, and it's free.
Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Code was too. Lizzie munched away happily, but ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mommy and pulled on her pants. I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please? Oh, Lizzie!
Lizzie.
That's Lizzie. Beep, 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 beep.
Did you want both? Is that what you're trying to say, homie? Or is she like, I'm jealous of you all having the same one, and I didn't? Of course, sweetie.
Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her with a dollop of the ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up.
Ooh, that's you.
Mommy, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheek, then dug her spoon and again held it out to you.
Come on, Pam. Be nice. I just can't resist. Quinn, would you like some of mine? Wait, don't...
They've already got that flavor.
But that's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy.
I mean, she's got a point.
Oh, she's real, though. Oh, shouts out to mommy. Yes.
Yeah.
She initiated it. Free ice cream.
He ate the treat being offered, much to Mom's chagrin and Mommy's delight. Cole watched they exchanged silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you had better at least give me some too.
I was gonna say, if you don't give her ice cream and then kiss, well, maybe not, because the kids are there, but still.
Yeah, save that for later.
So that's during the fireworks show. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream.
What? The kids have ice cream already, and they're getting some of yours to boot, and I have nothing. Now is when you decide to be firm? Laughing, Mommy fed some ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough.
Actually, I don't think it's bad either, as long as it's not overworked.
Exactly, Resco.
I think a smooch will make the kids go, ew. But I think it'll be funny. There. All better now?
Yes.
Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm still okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair that you get the choice, too.
Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled.
Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out.
Mommy was always so nice to everyone. You looked over at Cove. He was digging into his ice cream, which bore the same pinkish red twirl as your own.
Her top is so cute. Yes,
Want some of mine?
yes.
You held out your spoon to him. Glancing up at you, Cove cocked his head at a curious angle.
I already have that one.
I want to share anyway. Cove looked around awkwardly, but nodded nonetheless. You took out a bit of ice cream and held out your spoon to him. And after another furtive glance, he nibbled at it.
Aww.
Molly was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was an open smile, as if she was about to say something else, but Mom tugged at her on her collar. Don't embarrass them. Cove didn't appear to hear the exchange. He took a spoon to his own ice cream, excavated some, and held it out for you to eat.
That's so cute!
I accepted the treat.
Yes!
In the end, that kind of made it pointless, but it's a gesture.
This is gay. This is homosexual.
You each just ate the same strawberry ice cream out of different cups. Your mommy did like to say that it was the thought that counted, though.
Mm-hmm.
If you're sharing too, I'll take some.
You already asked your mom to give you some.
So what? Mom was gonna let you have a bite, and you're just gonna take it. You can have some of mine. You already got the juice. You already got the juice, Lizzie.
She wants to be a part of this moment.
I know. Here, you can have some
And
of
I'm
mine.
like, honey, you are not. We are smooches. We are children that are cute together. Let us have our moment. But one is fine. Let's just go to number one, I guess. Yeah, you can have some of mine.
Thank you. You're the best.
Yeah, all right.
He enthusiastically took a bite of your ice cream before then offering you a bite of hers in exchange.
We get to try the chocolate. Yes.
For you, but not for Cove. He doesn't think we should keep sharing. She stuck her tongue out at him.
You're right. I didn't want it.
Ignoring that, she turned her attention back to look at her own cup of ice cream. I mean, yeah, if he doesn't want chocolate, he doesn't want chocolate.
Exactly.
Then, the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hit its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as if alight. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the firework crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone looked up to the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air.
Me, if it was just me playing this as me, I'd say pick number 4. It's kind of neat. Oh, alright.
I mean, with how much we love fantasy, how much our Quinn loves fantasy, I would have to say it was impossible to tear your eyes from the scene.
Yeah, one or two probably then, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Do you want blue or yellow here? Or is that green? That's blue. I can't tell. No, it is. Yeah, it's blue.
Yeah, the event with Sterling is blue.
I'm trying to remember what each of the colors mean again.
I forget. I would I'd say this one.
Okay.
Cove sat by his dad, captivated by the sky sparkles and flashes overhead. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you, and even gave a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. Mommy hopped to her feet, pulling Mom with her, pushing her into joining Lizzie and jumping up in tandem with every crack of a firework. Mommy then bent down to offer you a hand up too. Ah.
Number 3.
Number
Probably.
3.
I guess. Anytime Cove can be included, I want to include Cove.
Yeah, absolutely. Cove got to his feet, tailing after you as you stood with your family. Your mom's faces lit up, literally and metaphorically, as you approached. 5 of you shrieked and leapt along with the sparkles in the sky, not trying to contain your joy at experiencing the sights together. The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched into the air, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens, and to blues that could rival the ocean. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled every inch of the sky. The twinkling lights represented the full spectrum of the rainbow. The exhilaration that had fueled you while the fireworks were going off was sapped dry now that the show had finished. You collapsed into a giggling heap on the ground, suddenly aware of how your legs ached from your exertion. Cove tumbled down with you, his expression gleeful. Mr. Holden watched his son with an expression much happier than the one he'd worn while watching the show. See, he just wants Cove to be happy. Lizzie gave a final whoop of delight and a shared high five with Mom as Mommy shouted for an encore into the night. You didn't know what that meant, but you liked the way it made Mom laugh. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family, their spirits buoyed by the fireworks display. Then your new friend and his father, who looked happy in their own quieter way, smiled. This had been a pretty special night.
Aww.
Alright,
That
Siri.
one might have been... Yeah?
2 more.
That's so precious. That one was like... That
Idyllic.
one was like... That one was really cute, but it was... I felt like it was the length of the last 2 combined.
Yeah.
That's wild. It was early, and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there later. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagined. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. As you walked the familiar street, wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Or this was the plot of a video game. And it was supposed to happen this way. It always happened this way.
Hi, Cove. Can you come to the playground with me?
Sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Quinn.
What? Where?
He shifted, and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders.
Oh, he's doing the whole I'm running away because I'm done. But he only packed, like, barely anything.
Yep.
He did the whole kid thing of, like, I'm gonna need this toy, I'm gonna need this snack.
Yes. Cove liked to stuff things into his pockets from what you've seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted you to know. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. You started to grow worried.
Well, where are you going?
Can I go too? Yeah.
This is my first reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where are you going?
I think that's... Yeah, go with the gut reaction. He didn't answer. It was as if you hadn't said anything. I'll come back, though, sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without another word, Cove turned on his heel and started to walk away. Wait.
Yeah, wait, definitely.
Wait. He kept going. His focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller, and you realized you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan of playing at the park. Suddenly it didn't seem as fun anymore. Not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do.
I would just stand here because I'm confused. Like,
Yeah, I think
especially
so
like,
too.
hey, we can't play at the park. It's not fun if there's no Cove.
Yeah. You could play at the park some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, and you couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot, you just continued to look on quietly. It didn't take long to realize that he was just going up the street. You were positive there was nothing good over there.
Thank you, Colorless Queen, for the 4 months. Welcome on in. Welcome on back.
Whoa.
How are you doing?
Hello! Not the park, or the beach, or the shore street, or his house, or anything. He was new. He might not know what you did. You jogged down the street to catch up with him. You slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eye and frowned. Go away, Quinn.
Just wanted to say you're going the wrong way. There aren't any places the way you're going.
His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going.
Why? What are you doing?
Walking.
Yeah, that doesn't really help here, Cove. Hold on, what's this?
Everything cool?
Invoice receipt.
What? Everything okay?
Oh, one of my Twitch subs, I think. Thought
Oh.
I had all of them set to not renew, but we'll find out after this. Well, why do you have to walk that way?
Hope let out a deep sigh. You got the feeling that he was starting to get mad at you. I told you I'm leaving. I'm gonna be gone for a while.
If
still
he's
want-
getting mad, I don't want to push.
Okay.
But I do want to go with him.
I want to go with him.
You want to go with
But
him?
I don't know. I don't know. This is a tough one.
We are colorless. Thank you for stopping on by.
You do whatever you want. This is a tough one.
Definitely the first option.
It was clear that he was on a mission. What was the point of insisting? It would just make him more annoyed. Your steps faltered, and you slowed to a stop. Cove kept pushing forward.
You're really coming back?
He paused, glancing over his shoulder. His lips were pressed into a line. You weren't sure what that look meant. Yeah, sometime. Bye. Once again, he walked away from you. This time you turned around, too. You resumed your own walking, but in the opposite direction. Maybe Cove and his dad were going on a vacation. That had to be any reason. After all, Cove said he was going to be back. He wasn't moving again. You would go to the playground alone like you'd planned to before. You could play with Cove when you saw him next time. After a couple hours at the playground by yourself, it had gotten firmly into afternoon. You were on the swing set with your feet buried in the sand when you spotted Lizzie in the distance. She was rushing over like something was on her tail, chasing her. You knew she would be coming, but was she that excited to get to the park? Instead of nabbing the swing beside yours, Lizzie stopped in front of you. She bent over, balanced her hands on her knees, and panted.
Did you hear? Hear what?
Lizzie bounced back up, her eyes blown wide. You only saw her this worked up when she found the new hiding place of Mom's sugar stash.
It's about Cove.
Cove? Something in the pit of your stomach dropped at hearing his name. You listened intently as Lizzie explained.
I just came out when I saw lots of people gathered around in the middle of the street. They were talking kind of quietly, so I don't think I was supposed to hear, but that just means it was important. So I snuck up and I heard everything.
She paused dramatically. Clearly, she wanted you to say something.
What did you hear?
Seeing that she had your attention, Lizzie continued.
Cove is missing. He left a piece of paper for Mr. Holden to tell him he was going away and he would be gone for a long time, and no one's seen him since. Now they're searching the whole neighborhood. The grown-ups were even saying that if they don't find Cove soon, they'll call the police.
What?
Well, no, that makes sense. The police.
This was horrible. You had seen Cove. You knew he was going someplace, but you had no idea it was like that. Was Cove going to be arrested for running away? You thought you might have to go to jail too for not saying anything and letting him go. You glanced back at Lizzie. Should you tell her that you'd known about Cove leaving, or would it be better to keep that to yourself? I don't know what I would do here. This is a tough one.
Well, like I said at the start of this game, there's no way to get a bad ending. There's no way to make Cove hate you. There's no way to So things do work out, but it's like, do you want to deal with this small bit now or later?
Yeah, I don't know. This is a tough. What do you mean? Would he be angry at us now?
Yeah. So here's my thought. Cove's doing this just to see if people care.
Okay.
Like that's the normal kid thing. Like, hey, I'm gonna run away. Nobody cares about me. No one's gonna notice I'm gone. And then this is a reaction.
I don't have an answer. I don't know. Because it's like, I feel like we should say something, but I don't want to make Cove angry at us in the short or the long term.
Yeah.
But also, if he's missing, we want to make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
Because we care about him.
I gotta say the first option.
This is tough. I don't know.
I gotta say the first option myself.
Okay. I would probably pick number 2, but I'm happy to go with this.
Actually, Lizzie, I saw Cove. He told me he was gonna go before I went to the park. What? Really? You nodded seriously. Ooh, you could be in big trouble if a grown-up found out you didn't tell anybody that Cove was being weird. That's kind of subjective, and that's kind of like normal.
Yeah, that's just Cove being Cove.
This was just Cove being Cove to us.
Yeah. She crossed her arms over her chest, sticking her nose in the air. I guess this is the other reason I was like...
Here, let's see what the other option is.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I was like, It was more that I was like, I don't want Lizzie to be the one that knows, but whatever.
You're lucky I won't tell you. You're lucky I won't tell on you. You're welcome. Thanks, Lizzie. You were happy that Lizzie had your back. She always did when it came to potential trouble. She just grinned at her own interpretation of her fever. You watched as your sister begin to pace in front of you. I know Mom said Cove was sad about moving here, but running away from home is crazy. Where else is he gonna go anyway?
I want to find him.
Yeah, I want to find him.
Lizzie scrunched her face up, thinking deeply for a moment. Then she nodded and planted her hands on her hips, determined.
I'm gonna look too. You are? We can play at the park any day, and the more people there are looking, the quicker someone will find him. Maybe I'll be the one who does. I'm the best at hide and seek, after all.
It seemed like Lizzie wanted to not look, not only because she was concerned about Cove, but also because it was the most interesting thing to happen this week.
Wish me luck!
Before you could say anything, she ran off in the opposite direction from where she came. You were left in the dust in a matter of moments. That was your sister for you. But Lizzie's appearance in this crisis faded to the back of your mind just as quickly. Cove. He told his dad he was leaving to go somewhere by himself. Why did Cove suddenly decide to do that today? Did something bad happen? It was impossible to say for sure. Unfortunately, you had no idea where he could have gone. You thought hard. There were the hills behind your house. He had gone there the first time you met. But someone would have checked there already. They wouldn't need the police for that. Cove must be far away, or hiding somewhere if the whole neighborhood was looking for him. You swung back and forth. Your lips pursed in contemplation.
It's a weird word to phrase. I agree.
Yeah.
That's like when your lips are stuck up in a pout.
Yeah.
If I were Cove, where would I go?
Lizzie had said Cove was crazy for running away from home. But he never considered Sunset Bird his home, did he? His real home was somewhere else. There was only one place that came to mind that might be important enough for Cove to go off like this. It was a good idea, except how was he going to get there? Could he take a bus? Was he going to walk the whole way? You didn't know what direction he needed to take. But wait, there was only one way he could go. Going down the street just led to the beach, so that couldn't be right. Going to either side would mean he'd get stuck by buildings and fences and big slopes like the one behind your house. That left going up the street. You knew that road. It led into the main part of town and kept going all the way to the city limits. Cove didn't know the area well. You didn't think he'd want to go off that road onto some other random street. Which meant if someone followed that path, they might find him somewhere along it.
God, we are smart.
There's a smart kid. The grown-ups seem to all be looking in the neighborhood, so... you had to go find Cove by yourself. You shouldn't tell anyone yet, just in case you were wrong. You could go check it out yourself. You rushed to where you had abandoned your flip-flops and slipped them on. They slapped against the sand as you left the playground. You went right up along the main street, keeping an eye out for Cove. No one else had the same idea as you, it seemed, because you were completely alone there. You passed through your whole neighborhood, and the next one over, and the next. You put one foot in front of the other, focusing on your surroundings as you did. Cove had a head start, so you didn't know how far he could have gone. You couldn't get distracted. You kept walking. You even called out for Cove a few times, but you didn't see that familiar mop of green hair anywhere. After a while, the sun began to dip out of the sky. It would be dark soon, and there was still no sign of your neighbor. You weren't even in the residential district by this point. You had reached the central part of town. The area was at once strange and familiar. You'd been here before, of course, but never without your moms close by. They would drive you. You were growing disheartened. There was the possibility that he was further ahead, but there were countless other places to potentially check too.
Cove?
You shouted his name a few times, as you had done periodically this entire time, but there was nothing.
Maybe he's not going this way.
Was he somewhere else? Had someone found him already? I think you gotta keep going. You were able to make it this far. You had to continue the search. With that in mind, you pushed yourself to walk a little faster. People said this really was a tiny town, but to you it felt absolutely gigantic. Eventually, the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore, only an long expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead.
Sorry, I had to itch on my leg again.
No problem. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. Your feet hurt. You were tired. You were on your own, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You had lived in Sunset Bird forever, and it was a very rare occasion that you'd see this sign. Most everything in your life happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you, and you finally put an end to your forward momentum. You scanned your surroundings instead of dwelling on that. You deeply hoped he hadn't gone past that sign either.
Cove! Are you here?
Previous time you'd called his names, there had been no answer. You couldn't be surprised that one didn't come this time either still, until... Quinn? A dark blob just behind one of the exit sign's legs shifted. You squinted as it continued to move. The more you stared, the more your eyes adjusted. And the more that dark blob resembled a person, then you realized just who it was. It was Cove. He was here. You actually found him. He hesitantly got up from where he'd been sitting, as if to make sure he had actually heard something. Then he caught sight of you, his eyes wide behind his glasses.
There you are.
Sure, whatever.
I don't know. What are you thinking?
Maybe I'm just... probably there you are, I'm so happy you're here, or I knew you'd be here. Maybe not that last one, actually.
Yeah, I would say that this is the first thing I would say. There you are.
Hope finally blinked as you ran up to him, your feet still aching. How'd you find me?
You said you were leaving and you've always wanted to go back home. So I thought you must have come this way.
Oh. And that was all he said after all of this. Maybe he didn't realize how seriously the adults were taking it.
Are you okay?
I'm happy with any of the first two.
Definitely, are you okay?
Sure.
Because look at that face.
Oh. Yeah. He didn't look okay. His brows were pinched and his shoulders tense. You got the feeling pointing that out wouldn't help matters.
Everyone's looking for you.
That caught his attention. He frowned at you. They are?
Yeah, the whole neighborhood. Lizzie told me they might even call the police. You might get arrested.
What? Why?
I don't know, because you tried to run away, probably, and I knew, so I'm your accomplice.
Was that the word? You thought so. You'd heard it before on those detective shows Mommy liked to watch.
Oh yeah, Mommy seems like a true crime podcast person.
Yeah, Mommy's very true crime pilled. We're not gonna be arrested. Although Cove said that, he looked a little worried over the news.
Come on, Cove, let's go home.
No. He spoke crossly. You were thirsty and exhausted, and you weren't sure you could keep going back and forth about this.
Terrible option here.
That's the worst option.
Why not?
I was gonna say why not, or I don't understand why you can't go back. Or maybe not. How come, or why not?
Yeah, how come feels like a proper
Sure.
kid response.
Yeah. How come? Your question caused him to waver, but not budge. At first, Cove was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called today to check up on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But when I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. She has to move to somewhere else first.
Ooh, that's even rougher.
Yeah.
Like, the home he grew up knowing he can't go back to, even if he wanted to?
Even if they got back together. They're not there anymore. Cove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued. I can't even see her anymore. He used his uncasted arm to rub both of his eyes.
Dun, dun, pat a bone. Thank you so much for this DLC, by the way, man.
We're crying. I'm crying a little. I'm gonna go myself. I don't need anyone to take me. Yeah, I would probably consider crying here.
Try not to cry. Cry a lot.
Cry a lot. Yep. Cove's eyebrows shot up, as though he hadn't expected you to have this kind of reaction to what was happening. What's wrong? You didn't give him any answer. When the surprise wore off, he tried more softly to coax a reply out of you. Are you okay?
I don't want you to go.
Oh, I don't want you to go.
Yeah, like, I'm happy we met.
Yeah. His lips clamped together and he awkwardly held his hands up in front of him, as though he wanted to do something but wasn't sure what. I'm sorry. I don't want to leave forever. It's just... Then he shook his head, like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't go see Mom, then she's... Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down his cheeks. You frowned at the sight. No matter what, you hated seeing him cry.
What happened?
Mom doesn't call that much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back off of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me.
Oh, sweetie.
Baby
That's
boy.
not how that works.
No, Cove, no!
Unless she is actually like a trash person.
Yeah,
But I don't think she is.
No, he seems to see her as the better parent. Nothing against Cliff.
Yeah.
But Cliff, she seems to be the more emotionally available person.
She wouldn't do that.
How do you know?
She's your mom. She loves you.
Your mom's always said that, so it must be true for Cove's mom, too. Cove sniffled. He seemed conflicted.
Oh, sorry, I had to hydrate.
I'm not sure if that's right. You were at a standstill. Number 3.
Number 3?
Number 3. Could we say it? Well, do you mind doing the line that we said? No, the line that we just picked.
Yeah, I'm just going to look. Then we'll stay out here. I'm not gonna go back. Oh.
His lower lip trembled at your declaration. Are you sure? You don't have to. You can still go home without me. You didn't leave a letter or anything.
I'm sure.
Thanks. The final part of his statement was whispered. You're always there when I think I'm gonna be by myself. And that was that from him. Oh, yeah! Now that's a line that is gonna hopefully stick around the whole rest of the story. Both of you shuffled towards the sign. He sat near it again, and you followed, crossing your legs under yourself.
Oh, we got a bot follower finally got removed from Twitch by the looks of it, so we can hit the 2,500 follower goal a second time!
Yeah! This happened after I hit 300 immediately.
Yeah,
I went
it's
back
so
to 299. What the fudge? He zipped open his backpack and offered you a snack, which you took. You hadn't had dinner, so you were hungry.
I told you, that is the kid thing to do when you run away. You put a toy in the backpack, you put a change of socks and underwear in, and you put snacks in.
No new shirts, no new pants, just undies and socks.
Exactly.
Maybe your toothbrush, with no toothpaste. There was a feeling of camaraderie in the silence as you ate.
You think they called the police after all?
Everyone must still be looking for Cove, and you too now. No, probably not. He didn't sound confident, though. You still hoped he was right. You didn't want to go to jail. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew was that one moment you were letting your eyelids droop while huddling near Cove under the side, and the next you were snapped back to attention by the blaring beep of a horn. Cove froze. You whipped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed near where you sat. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar.
Mom!
She shouted back, and not just because there was some distance between you and her.
What are you kids doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. You were gonna come back later, but...
She stopped looking at you, instead staring hard straight ahead. Both her hands were gripping the wheel. Guilt ate you up from the inside.
Get in. Let's get you two home.
That at least made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you'd done today. You yanked open the side door, slipped inside the back seat, then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked at you and Cove from the rearview mirror.
The two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do. Not at all.
Shamefaced, you both nodded as one. I'm sorry, Mrs. Reed.
Sorry, Mom.
She softened immediately. Not enough to actually let it go, though.
You'll have to apologize to everyone else, too.
With that, Mom started the car up again, and you were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. When you opened your eyes, you realized Cove was looking over at you. He was tense. We're back. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness. You found both of them.
Yes, I did. They were at the actual end of the town, right under the now leaving sign.
What were you two doing there this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffy, and there were dried tear tracks stuck to his cheeks. I wanted to see my mom. Quinn came to get me. Your own mom shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wondered if they could read each other's minds.
Yeah, that is something that lesbians unlock as a superpower. Trans girls get air dashes, lesbians get mind reading.
Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Could she be outside somewhere searching for Cove still?
Where's Lizzie?
Your sister's in her room, fast asleep. Same way you should have been. She came back earlier. She had been out looking for Cove after accidentally finding out what was missing. He was missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but she was worried.
She said she checked all the hiding places she could think of, but couldn't find Cove.
You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy noticed the discomfort. You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her, then lumbered over. You followed close behind. The living room wasn't far or separated by a wall, so you heard your mom's talking softly.
He wanted to go see his mother.
Poor thing.
That explains it at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It's so dangerous to go off into town like that.
He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely.
Yeah, no, not at all.
No, I wouldn't. Paige.
Oh, yeah, true, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots.
I'll call, then go to the front and tell everyone's still out there. You keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today.
Got it, hun.
Hope just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands. I'm sorry, Quinn.
Thank you, Cheeky.
You faced him quietly. I didn't want to make you feel bad. I don't want to fight.
I'm sorry, too.
Yeah. You don't have to. It wasn't your fault.
It's alright.
Despite Cove's protest, you couldn't help it. It would have been too hard not to say sorry after a disagreement. But having him apologize did make you feel much better. Before you could say anything else, the front door opened. Your mom was back with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son. Cove! God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. His eyes were darkened like he'd been crying too. Cove stared up at his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He hadn't really expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good. That's good. I'm so glad to hear it.
Aww. Doesn't understand just how much his dad loves him.
He clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, attempting a smile, but the corners of his lips twitched and spasmed as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're all right too, Quinn. Then he looked at your moms. Thank you for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully. I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough. It was no trouble, Cliff, really. It couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today.
Hey, I went to find him. Shut the fuck up.
I found him! Which one of us found him exactly? That was me.
Exactly. We're just happy the kids are safe and sound. Yeah. Who found Cove? Who found Cove?
Me?
You guys spent all day trying to find him, and it wasn't until nighttime that you thought to look for him there.
Mm-hmm. Not for the first time that day. You recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because he mumbled an apology. I'm sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore. I promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine. That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you.
Good dad.
He's trying his fucking best. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and muzzed his... Muzzed?
Must kind of like tussling
Must.
or ruffling, like messing up. It's
Just say mess. Never heard that word before in my life.
I agree. Just use best up. Use a more common word.
Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold. Thanks, Quinn.
You're welcome, Cove.
A tiny smile flitted across his lips, there and then gone.
I'm glad you're okay.
No, wait. Did he hate hugs?
No, he accepts hugs from us.
Then I think we should hug him. Before he was gone, you reached over to give him a hug goodbye after a hard day. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. His embrace was tight but brief. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. Hug rights acquired! And with that, Cove left. Mommy closed the door behind them. You were practically dead on your feet at that point. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you right to bed with no more discussion on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until the next morning. You woke up with much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, when you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. There were none too pleased that you went out to find Cove on your own. As punishments, your moms took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch her shows with you around, but she adjusted.
You know what? Only a few days no TV.
Yeah, that's honestly fair.
Hi, Berserk!
Hello.
Whenever you express disappointment.
Oh, sorry. I thought, 1 second.
Take your time.
I was alt-tabbed for a second. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late and without telling anyone. You could have gotten hurt or worse. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened, too. You didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home.
Yeah, that feels like something that his dad would do. Like that is on par for his character.
Poor Cliff. He's just trying to be a good dad.
Yeah, he just wants to be a good dad.
You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. What the fuck does that mean?
Like, it's like the classic term of monks or priests of orders, kind of like whipping themselves on the back as penance.
Excessive criticism of oneself.
Yeah.
But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass. So did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal, as they had to. Summer kept going, and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove.
One more.
Just one more. I gotta go to the bathroom again.
Take your time.
If you don't mind taking over.
Yeah.
I can still hear you. So keep going ahead.
Alright, kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time, as if it had heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mom was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. As she cast a sly glance in your direction, you recognize that look. Last week at the table's a rotten egg. I haven't... But it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. Would I throw a cushion at her for that? I'm gonna stay seated. Definitely just stay seated. If you didn't get up and race after her, then technically Lizzie would be winning against nobody. She can have that kind of victory. You crossed your arms over your chest, remaining seated and watched. There was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her, with an exacerbated sigh as she resumed her work. I win again! You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. No, I told you we were both racing. You're just so slow. I wasn't racing and you know it. That sounds like something a rotten egg would say. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you could be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, an arm at the cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your moms and his dad had planned it a few days ago. You weren't surprised you were the one who had asked your moms about it. They had told you that they would ask Mr. Holden. You looked forward to it since the moment you found out he agreed. You even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her, not that Lizzie would make it easy. This was the first time she asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races. Well, did I win or what? Cove just says, no. What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault Quinn's so low. Cheating's cheating, and cheaters never win. You always pick their side. Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I pick them and they pick me. Oh, my heart! Oh. You're a couple of rotten eggs, son. Emphasis on couple. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say. Now, listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner, all three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food. Then they took the seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen.
That was so funny.
Cove, you can sit too. Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on the other side of where your moms were sitting. Sit next to me. You can sit anywhere you want to, or you stay quiet. Ooh.
Mm.
Do we want him to sit next to us, or say sit anywhere you want?
Sit next to me.
Cove's gaze met your beige eyes, but you smiled. Briefly, he grinned back. He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates.
Dig in, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight.
Everything burrito!
Yeah!
Be sure not to avoid all of the veggies. Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands and clamped on the top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. One dish seemed to have his eye, at least. That's pineapple chicken. Want to try some?
Not really. Sorry.
By then, your moms had noted that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well.
You don't like any of the food, honey.
Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow.
Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie.
Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating, then spoke again. You should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink, that's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true, you know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers.
I've had some things, just not any of this.
So, knowing what we know about Cove, this can be a little overstimulating.
Yeah.
Especially new food. This is you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, shoot. I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were.
It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon.
Give me your plate. Maybe? Do we just make food for him?
No, because then it's like forcing him to eat and making a choice for him.
Yeah, that's fair.
You should try something new.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
That's my choice.
Yeah, I was gonna say that or number 2. The pineapple chicken one.
Aren't you tired of eating the same old things? You're really trying to help, but it seemed to make Cove even more resistant to tasting any of the dishes.
Yeah.
He sat back in his chair, folding his arms
No.
across his chest stubbornly.
No! I like the same old things.
Mom shook her head over the debacle this was becoming.
It wasn't always exciting for everyone, but it could be this time, Cove.
Sorry, I didn't mean old things were bad. Cove listened to his stance at the comforting remark. Well, it's dinner, and you shouldn't eat nothing. The ribs and chicken are yummy. You guess Cove trusted your judgment, because eventually he took a little of the 2 dishes and put them on his plate. At first, Cove looked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new, but he took a few exploratory bites. It's good, huh? Isn't it?
You don't have to keep asking.
He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully.
It's not bad.
Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird.
Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Oh. Damn.
Mommy floundered in the face of Cove's blunt honesty.
I love Cove so much.
You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. The more you got to know him, the more you realized he wasn't the type of kid to keep his opinions to himself. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Cove didn't make much of an effort either.
At least the 2 of you were definitely friends.
You knew that without a doubt. The way he felt about Lizzie didn't change it.
Real.
When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, confirming your thoughts. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug. Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives.
It's not a nice thing to say to someone. Anyone. But Pam...
Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clanking silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyway.
We're not friends. He said so.
As parents, we can only try and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. No less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. Mom! No buts, we've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right.
What's the phrasing?
That her bedtime will be moved back in a couple of years.
That is funny. I like that.
You could have contained your snorts.
Something the matter, Quinn?
Love says no buts.
Love says no buts.
Lizzie scoffed and rolled her eyes, unimpressed by such crude words. Mommy snickered along with you, however.
That's right, no butts allowed here. You'll have to get rid of yours.
No, I need my butt! The 2 of you continued to chuckle, and Cove even cracked a smile. Children. I'm surrounded by children. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. All too soon the table was cleared. The games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head into the room.
All ready for the lights off, you 2?
You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom had set the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. He nodded for the both of you in response to Mommy's question. Perfect, I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place, sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams, sweetie.
She pressed a soft kiss to your forehead, you giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor.
You need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high, and he shakes his hands like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again.
I know what he's talking about. Whoa! Where you do like, oh, I'm gonna drop you.
He keeps doing that until sometimes he does drop me on my bed, or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing.
Cove had become pretty excited when he talked about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted.
But I don't want to do that here.
Aw.
Aw, have fun.
Poor kid.
Though I think you're right that it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Quinn's other mom, okay? But I'm the nicer one. Just don't tell her that.
She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Sleep well, Cove. Good night.
Leaning against the door jamb, she rested it. Yeah, such a weird way to spell that, right?
Is that supposed to have a B?
Yeah, it is.
What the fuck?
Just like lamb.
Oh. Alright.
So weird, right?
That was weird. Good night. Sleep tight.
Don't let the bed bugs bite. With a last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out. Closing the bedroom door behind her, you listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. But even as the sound vanished, your eyes stayed open. It was so exciting to have Code spending the night. Cove?
Yeah.
I'm glad we're friends.
Oh. Thanks. Me too.
You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? Could you be quiet?
What the fuck?
Stop that. Could you be less loud? What's wrong? Definitely what's wrong.
Yeah. I can't sleep.
Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard a sleeping bag rustle.
I want to be in my bed.
Oh. Hi, Neon!
Whoa. Neon? Oh, what?
Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, waddled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it?
Getting my glasses.
You sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew without even reading the title which one it was. That was the one your moms would read to you. It was special. What are you doing with that?
Probably, yeah, 2 or 3.
Cove shrugged, squinting to get the newly found cover in the dark.
I just let it look cool.
The compliment he afforded your special book had you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool.
Oh yeah? What's it about?
It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight and there's magic.
Does it have mermaids?
No, but... Definitely this one.
Yeah.
Considering what we're doing.
Yep. Uh-huh. Don't forget all the voice. I can't do your line.
Mommy reads it to me. She uses different voices for every character.
Oh, I meant your catchphrase. Don't be weirded out by all the weird voices you hear.
Oh yeah, don't be weirded by all the weird voices you hear.
Ooh. You don't do that one. That's just me ad-libbing.
Some of them were really silly too. There's lots of characters and they all have good lines, so it's fun. Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused at the backside summary. He must be pretty interested in it. You're reminded of the hours you'd spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. I want to read the book.
Yes.
I want to read the book with Cove. You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called to you in a confused whisper.
What are you doing?
You'll see. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier and pulled it up over your bed.
What?
Come on, check it out. Read the book too. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on it. Then the blanket shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. With a click, the small blaze flooded with a bright light.
Flashbang!
Ah, shit.
Cove sputtered, putting up a hand to shield himself from the beam.
Move it somewhere else.
Sorry. You tilted the flashlight so it was shining down towards the floor of your blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Is that better?
Yeah.
Now we could read and my moms don't know. I do this all the time. When Mom or Mommy check on me, I have to hide everything under the blanket, but I haven't been caught before. You want to try? Cove nodded, pleased by his straightforward response. You placed the book between you and flipped open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance.
One or two?
Definitely one or two.
What do you think? Narrated?
Yeah, that's what I'm
do you want to...
leaning more
Yeah.
towards.
Okay.
Oh, we have an ad break. I didn't even notice. Sorry,
Yep,
bad
we're almost-
nuts.
We should be almost done with it by now. Based on the one on my phone.
Yep. You loved it when Mommy read to you. Why not read as loud as you dared this time of night? You didn't even need to study the page for long. There once was a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cole was taken aback by when you began to recite the words by heart. You can't even pronounce knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon you got to an exciting part, the squire and the dragon's first meeting. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their borrowed sword in one hand and torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames.
I agree, Resco.
Could you say the dragon signs? Do you need to get your glasses?
No, my head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices.
That's okay, it's fun anyway.
Let me just...
Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Oh, I used to do that too.
Oh. What a good kid. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave?
It was your turn. You went into the squire's famous speech. The next time you looked up on the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You stuttered when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow.
What? What?
Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed into your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself onto your elbows, you yawned, then the back of your throat twinging as you did so. You rolled onto your eyes to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze. Then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove, that you?
Yeah.
You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it, the familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor. Abandoned. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Your sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it?
I can't sleep. I keep waking up.
Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side.
No, just can't sleep. It's weird here.
I'm sure it was weird for you when you went to your new house.
Mm-hmm.
You frowned. You'd helped your mom's redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room.
It's not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed, in my room.
That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything that you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. You wondered how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while.
I'm gonna go.
What? That took off the last of your doziness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house this time of night, all by himself? Contained completely within this kitchen?
Beat me to it. No, Mother, it's just the Northern Lights.
Seymour, what is going on in there?
I thought I made it very clear with the previously establishing statement that it was just the Northern Lights.
I fucking love that bit.
Well, Skinner.
He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve.
My dad will let me in. And I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. I'll come with you. I'll come with you.
You sure?
What if we sleep over at his house?
I mean, sure. Should tell my mom's, because if we leave without saying anything, you're gonna get in trouble again.
YOLO. But you are right. This is tough. My gut reaction is I'll come with you, but I want you. I don't. Oh, okay.
I closed my eyes and was just kind of like doing this to the house.
Why? I can get there myself, and then you'd have to come all the way back here from my house. Oh.
I gotta make sure nothing happens to you.
That or number one. This is tough. I didn't expect an immediate why the fuck you say that response.
I do want us to stay together more, but that sounds a little weird. Then again, kids say weird shit. Fuck it, we will.
I don't know.
Cove looked at you quietly as if contemplating something before nodding his head.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Okay.
Hi, Moonrose VT. Thank you so much for being follower number 2500 the second.
Yeah! We did it again.
Thank you so much, Moonrose. It's so good to see you. Thank you for stopping on by. How'd you find your way to my lovely little library? How you doing tonight? With that, Cove casually crouched down to collect his pajama pants. You were relieved he didn't mind you coming. Oop. Lost the window for a second. Are you eating the rest of your stuff too? Like your toothbrush? I don't know where my mom's put it all.
No, just this.
You can understand that. He didn't really need anything right now and could always pick up his things tomorrow. Cove visited your house during the day all the time. You grabbed the flashlight and waited by the door. Soon, Cove joined you. The two of you crept out of the hallway as silently as you could. You sidestepped the loose floorboard at the end of the hall, alerting Cove to it as well. Apart from that, you had no problems making it to the front door. Everybody was in their rooms, so the rest of the house was abandoned. It was brighter outside. Here some of your other neighbors had lights coming through their windows. Still, you felt better with your flashlight turned on. You put it in the direction you were walking. There was no sound apart from the chirping of crickets and the crunch of some loose sand that got all the way up the street from the breach. After a while, it was almost soothing. You thought back to your unlocked front door and hoped one of your moms didn't wake up. If they locked it, or checked in on you, or both, you'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, it was Cove who broke the deep silence.
This is my first sleepover.
Really? I've had sleepovers before. Sometimes I'll go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Shiloh slept over a few times and other stuff. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it?
Not bad. I liked reading your book.
You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were eating.
I didn't know what to say.
Oh. Now you were the one who didn't know what to say, so you said nothing. You just looked the path ahead. The two of you kept walking side by side, your shadows stretching across the concrete. In almost no time at all, you arrived. Cove's house loomed above you. The windows dark. Mr. Holden must be sleeping, just like everyone else in your own family. Are you sure your dad's gonna open the door?
Yeah, he wakes up real easily.
As if to demonstrate, he rang the doorbell. A couple of minutes passed, and you wondered if Cove was wrong. Then the front door unlocked, and you cracked it. It cracked open. Out came his dad.
Oh!
Hello, Mr. Holden.
Goddamn!
Damn, he's cut, but he's like...
He's lean cut.
This is a lean man.
Mr. Holden wasn't wearing all of his clothes. His hair wasn't up in a ponytail like normal either. You felt a little bad disturbing him, and he definitely had not been expecting anybody.
And his hair is Siren core when it's not tied up. I love that.
His eyes had been narrowed into tired slits, yet they opened wide when he saw you in Cove.
Kids? What in the world are you doing? Everything okay? I couldn't sleep.
Cove said my room is weird. Mr. Holden blinked, his features still twisted in panic. Then he closed his eyes and let out a deep breath.
Alright, well, that is a shame. What's done is done. Come on inside, son. We can talk about what happened in the morning. Okay. Okay.
Cove yawned while accepting the terms without complaint.
Thanks for dropping him off, Quinn. I think you'll have to be part of the conversation tomorrow, but we'll deal with that, what to do next time. Now, let me walk you back. It's not safe for you to be out this late by yourself.
He moved a step past you, but you shook your head. I'll be fine, Mr. Holden. My house is right here, and I have a flashlight. Mr. Holden remained where he was, his brow furrowed, and placed a hand on Cove's shoulder blade.
Then I'll stand right here. Cove and I will be your lookouts. We'll close our door once you've made it back inside.
You nodded your head at the compromise.
Have a good night. Take care.
Mr. Holden waved you off. As you turned, you met Cove's still standing. Your eyes met Cove, still standing beside his dad, his lips turned up at the corners. He spoke in an almost whisper.
Bye, Quinn. Thanks for coming.
Flashlight clutched in your hand, you jogged back over to your home. You did feel better knowing Cove and his dad were watching to make sure nothing happened. Once you got to your front door, you glanced over to see the two waiting. You waved. Faintly, you saw Cove wave back.
Oh.
You quietly closed the door behind you, smiling to yourself. Then you tiptoed into your bedroom. The flashlight was returned to your drawer in its rightful place. Although Cove had gone back home in the end, you still considered the sleepover to be quite a success. You did hope that the next time he'd be able to stay the whole night, whenever next time came along. The next morning, you were woken by the sound of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. Quinn, wake up, it's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains and you rubbed at your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Lola!
Lola! Oh my
Cove's
god.
already out of bed. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what happened during the night. But I didn't see him out there. I wonder where he's gotten off to so early. You hesitated, giving Mom a look with your mouth hanging half open as your mind processed what to tell her. Quinn, is everything all right? Cove couldn't sleep. He said my room was weird. What? Where is Cove now? Do you sleep on the couch? Mom was still looking at you expectantly, but as you started to explain what had happened, you were interrupted by Mommy calling from downstairs saying Mr. Holden was at the door. You could tell by the way Mom's forehead crinkled that she was even more concerned. When she turned to head downstairs, you pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed to follow her. Cliff, how are you? Mom joined Mommy at the door while you hovered at the bottom of the stairs and peeked around the corner. You saw Cove's dad standing just outside, a sheepish smile on his face. He was alone, and you wondered if Cove was alright.
I don't want to alarm you both, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night, and he wasn't alone.
He rubbed at the back of his neck anxiously. He must have felt bad about sharing the news. Mr. Holden kind of reminded you of Cove in that moment. Your moms exchanged a matching pair of surprised looks. Mommy gasping and covering her mouth with a hand. The two of them quickly looked your way. You quickly ducked back behind the wall.
When I made sure Quinn got back safe, but Cove wouldn't tell me what happened. I thought you might have a little more insight.
We didn't hear a thing during the night. I noticed Cove was gone just minutes before you arrived.
Is he alright? We're so sorry. We'll be having a talk with Quinn about this for sure. Damn.
Mr. Holden pulled his lips into a tight smile and held up his hands as if to say it wasn't their fault.
He's fine. I just wanted to find out more before we having another talk with him. I should have known he wasn't ready to spend the night at someone else's house.
You felt bad for Mr. Holden. He looked so sad. They discussed the event for a little bit longer, your parents promising to call him if they found out more. And when Mr. Holden finally said goodbye, you heard your mom calling your name. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you should find somewhere to hide. There was a growing sense of dread in your stomach that you were about to get into a lot of trouble. Your moms found you eventually, though you were relieved to see that they didn't look very angry. They did, however, look very worried. What were you thinking, Quinn? Why didn't you tell us something was wrong? Why did you leave the house? You chewed at the ground in front of you, refusing to look at them. I'm sure we were just trying to help them, but you know it's dangerous to go outside at night without a parent, don't you? Oh, that was you. My bad.
That's fine.
Nodding your head, you couldn't do much more than listen as your parents explained how dangerous it had been for you and Cove to wander over to his house on your own. Personally, you didn't think it was that bad, but since Cove lived only across the road, but you didn't tell your moms that. You're already in enough trouble as it was, so when they asked you to promise to tell them something like that next time, you nodded your head in agreement. Even though it was a little unfair, you accepted the punishment that you weren't allowed to have any sleepovers until you could prove your moms that you were responsible enough. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, who else are you gonna sleep over with, though?
Yeah. You were determined to show them that you could be trusted. When you saw Cove next, he was sorry that you had gotten in trouble. After hearing a similar lecture, Cove got away with a warning from his dad.
Cool.
Mr. Holden felt the negative experience was enough already, and Cove didn't need additional punishments. That's perfectly valid.
Yeah.
In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience according to the adults. You could accept that. They were definitely things you learned from it. And hopefully one day, you and Cove would finally be able to have a successful sleepover. We're gonna have a successful wedding.
You goddamn right.
So before we end, it's time to see the transitory step.
Yeah!
Move on to the next step. Well, we can't play anymore in step 1.
We did it. We beat the game. We beat this part of the game. You want me to take this one, or you want to take this one? Okay. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood up beside your moms, Lizzie, and Cove as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow.
Oh, that's so much better. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now.
Neither did I.
Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. Do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? Because I know, that's not what real magic looks like.
Oh, Lizzie, dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world.
Lizzie gave Mommy... Oh, that's you.
Oh, Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim.
Make sure I have some snoozes to spare on the next ad.
You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. You didn't look upset, though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents.
Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately... Oh.
No, you're good. Lizzie immediately let out a groan.
Mom, summer's almost over.
The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day.
What are you thinking?
I don't like it, but the puppy dog eyes really got me.
Yeah, puppy dog eyes.
I don't know. Oh, I wasn't gonna.
Oops.
Oh, no, I mean, whatever.
Oh, don't look at me like that. Like what? So we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do more. We can't do work now too.
Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument.
Well...
Oh, come on, Pam. I'll help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Alright. Hell yeah! We get to watch TV!
Yeah! Let's go!
But as soon as dinner is ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom!
Yes,
Mom.
Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement.
So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at times and trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right?
Silently made your own plans, maybe?
You can't go too far.
No.
But don't we get a say in this, Siren?
Yeah, I was gonna say that. One or two.
Why is it always her making our plans?
Yeah, what the fuck? Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing her eyes like she was very seriously contemplating the answer to that question.
Good.
As you should. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet?
That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone.
Where are you going? Whoop, wrong button. I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow.
You thought this was over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach.
Oh, okay.
To the beach.
To the beach!
Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. Cool. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it into the water. Ooh, okay, hold on.
I mean, if he's skipping rocks... Have you ever tried to skip rocks?
How good of a thrower is he? Yeah.
I want to say that he's really good at it.
I'm gonna say number 1 or number 2. I vote number 1 though.
I would say number 1.
Yeah, he's a beast. Kid's a prodigy.
We're gonna look for our own rock.
Yeah. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed and there was a frown on his face. It's not fair. I've had to with this cast for ages. I can't even swim.
Ooh.
Oh! You want to save and find out both of these, or what do you want to do?
I want to save and find out both of these.
Both of these.
Let's find out how we got it.
Yep. I was jet skiing.
What?
Whoa! Yo, this kid rules.
Cool.
You beamed at him. You had never gone jet skiing, but you've seen others do it all the time from the shore. It looked impressive.
So let's find out when he gets it off. Really
Okay.
quick.
Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks.
Okay, I like the jet ski one more.
Jet ski, jet ski, jet ski. I was jet skiing.
Cool.
Cool! You beamed at him. You'd never gone jet skiing, but you've seen others do it all the time from the shore. It looked impressive. Cove looked a little taken aback by your outburst, but after a second he gave a small nod. He then continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result.
It's hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski.
Well, I'm not.
Oh.
Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. Can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that.
Cool, you're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice.
You only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could kind of be scary. Hope shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees and as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet. I want to go home. You've never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had to go to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right, Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. 2 or 3 for me. I mean, I don't... Maybe it'll be alright.
Is that what you want?
I don't know, this is tough.
Right? I mean, he's gonna be living here regardless for the sake of, the game's story.
Yeah.
At least we know that much.
Yes. Damn, this is rough. Booklets. Booklets, what do you think? What do you feel in here, booklets? I'm calling in the tiebreaker.
I can't decide between 2 or 3.
This is rough. This is tough, gang.
Resco says this can be your home.
Okay, we've got 2 votes for 2. That's probably the more reassuring.
That's
Okay,
3.
we got that's a pretty unanimous. Also,
hi, Kara.
Hello.
It's a really nice home if you give it a chance.
Cove didn't respond to that. He just tightened his arm around his knees, resting his chin on them. You're not gonna leave, right? You'll still be around?
Oh, baby, for you, the whole game.
I will force my parents to never leave.
Zavaldo.
Question was a little surprising.
Of course.
Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove, and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day. To listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you've never met before. Things changing is hard.
Definitely.
You held his hand! You goddamn right. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out to take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were very different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again.
You will. It will.
The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely try to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Boston thought you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off yourself.
My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come.
Cove looked at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately... Okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Quinn, thanks. It was nice, where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind.
Oh, what a nice little animation.
God, what a good section.
The in-between. And now we can start to make a change.
Aha!
We can change our first name. We cannot change our last name.
Yeah, that's fair.
And we can change from they to she. Or he.
Or he. Wow.
You can also change your... Oh, you cannot change your eye color or eye shape. Oh, wait, you can change your eye shape.
You give a little sleepy eepy.
Your eepy teen.
Oh my god. Well, we're gonna be an adolescent for the next one, so we'll be like a tween? Maybe a little young teenager character?
Yep.
The lidded one does make me giggle.
Who is this smug child?
Ah! Very silly character.
I do like the sassiness of this one.
I like sloped as well, but lidded is really funny.
Yeah, let's stick with sloped.
Sure.
Face shape. Oh, your face can change. That's cool.
Yeah. I like it so far.
Let's change the hair a little bit, shall we?
Oh, sure. Braids front. Go back 3 or 2. Oh yeah, there. That's the Seer and Skylark hair right there, brother.
You want to go with the braid front?
We don't have to. I just thought it was funny. Not a bowl cut. Please, for the love of God, no bowl cuts. Oh my God.
Yeah, let's be cousin it.
Oh my God. I don't know. Nothing's really speaking to me. Holy shit,
You
there's
can
so
go
many
with two-tone hair?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
There's so many two-tones. Holy moly.
I mean, that's not bad, like, to go with for, like, a teen.
I kind of, yeah, whatever.
This feels like adult. This feels more like what we're gonna do when we're adult.
That's the final form. I hope we will remember by then.
I will.
Okay, good. I kind of, yeah. What if it's red-green?
Red-green like this?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud about it.
Let me see if there's a...
What do y'all think? Anybody got an opinion on what we've looked at for the vibe for Quinn? I kind of like Wavy. What is the other one that we were looking at?
This
Wavy
one?
2? I kind of like that. What do you think?
I want to see really quick if there is... Nope, there is no two-tone.
Nope.
The one that spoke to me...
Okay.
Where was it?
I'm a fan of the Twin Tails, but this isn't my character.
I like this one.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah.
So...
Yeah, sure. I like this.
You can get new birthmarks, huh?
Excuse me.
We can get scars as we've gone from childhood to adulthood.
Interesting.
That's cool, actually. You can lose freckles as you age.
That's wild, apparently.
No acne. No acne.
No.
No.
I'm enjoying not having acne in this universe. Do we have earrings? Do we have do we have glasses? Do we also wear glasses?
Yeah.
Yep. I think that's the winner. I think that's the winner.
Any scars? No?
Yeah, I'm indifferent.
You can change your lips from thin to thick.
I don't really see a difference.
I mean, if we're gonna start smooching.
Yes. Sure. What's the next page?
Birthmarks. Braces.
Yep.
Definitely gonna be something we have to go through.
Probably. I didn't have braces.
I did.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
I had this thing called the Herbst appliance as well, which was essentially 4 crowns with the little bars that like help slot them together to help force your lower jaw to stick out more because you had an overbite.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot.
I want to say we're gonna be less pants in teenage years. Yeah. Like be more ourselves, you know.
Yeah, but Don, for real though, the teenage fantasy of not having acne. Yeah. Honestly, the mid to late 20s fantasy of not having acne sometimes. Maybe that's just telling on myself, but you know, sometimes, very, very occasionally.
No, yeah, I understand what you mean. Like I've developed a little bit more since hormones and all that.
Yeah, fair.
I think this is good. No braces.
Yeah.
We're gonna remain non-binary.
Yeah. I am voting that this is boy kissing, so
Yeah.
they or he. I would like to make the executive decision of they, he as the official pronouns for now.
Absolutely. Like, I have been grappling with this, and like there are times when I feel more boy, I feel more girl, but I prefer sticking with they for pronouns regardless.
I am on the any pronoun train currently. We're still figuring it out. We did it. Let's hit done, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yippee!
Nervous crush?
Why nervous? I think relaxed still. And I would
Relaxed
say
crush?
relaxed crush, probably.
Or a direct crush?
Oh my god, the direct. Is that the eyebrows?
Yep.
Oh my god. Can we go to direct fond real quick, see how that looks? Oh. What do you think? Damn, we're just straight up. I don't know about nervous.
No, not nervous.
He's one of our best friends. Of course we like him.
Yeah. I want to. Well, seeing how these are new feelings, it could make someone nervous.
Yeah. That'd be fun. I think it'd be fun though. We at least go with crush no matter what.
Oh yeah, I want to say direct crush.
You know what? Yeah, we've been kind of teasing it though.
Like let's get that.
Lean into it.
Yeah.
Lean into it. Okay.
I want to see.
I
What
hope this
looks
isn't.
like.
Is this going to take us very straight in, or are we going to jump
Let's
into
find
the
out.
next one? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And we
Let's
can
rock.
do relaxed love in step 3. Because love is locked until step 3.
Yes. Until we are legally adults.
Customize.
Oh my god.
Okay, do we want to let his prior experiences determine it?
I think it should be 100% prior experiences.
I just want to see like what's available.
I do want to. Oh my god! Look at him. He looks so precious. This is what he looks like. Look at that smile. There's the PJs and there's the jacket. I don't fuck with that jacket, but good for him.
Maybe we can change it to either
Oh, it's
jacket
just
1 or
those.
jacket 2.
Leave it at jacket 1. It's his choice.
Oh my god!
He's so precious.
He's so precious!
Oh!
Huh?
Okay, I guess we're going. August ended. Oh,
Okay, just
are we going, or are we gonna go on, or?
I'm gonna save at least this, so we're
Okay.
gonna get through this part at least.
Sure.
Get to the menu of like side story choices.
Yeah. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw, anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, so long as it was together. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody.
Ooh.
Full custody on a dad.
Oh.
That is telling in a way that is intriguing.
Yeah, like I'm interested to understand what's going on there.
Yeah, this sounds like there's a lot. There might be something happening that we don't know about and may not ever know about. Anyways, let's press on. Maybe we'll. Thank you, senpai. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. You'd only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year.
To Cove's dad, that's like, hey, it's over. There's no second chance.
Yeah. Cove cried too, for different reasons, he thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time.
That's good on him.
Thank you. Thank you, Cliff. That's a tough decision to make. Doesn't have to be sinister, could just be that the mother wasn't interested in a lot of interaction with Cove. Yeah. It still sucks either way.
Yeah.
Based common Cliff Holden W. Honest to God. Well, not common. This man's fucking eating L's left and
I
right
can't wait
all
to see
summer.
how all the characters change over the years.
Yeah, everyone's gonna get older. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place.
Now, we have to think.
Yeah.
How much of a glow up is Shiloh gonna get?
I'm really hoping Shiloh turns out to be the handsomest of all of us.
Yeah, it would really suck if he went from, like, the nerdy tag-along kid to being the nerdy teenager.
I mean, he's gonna be a nerdy teenager. I was just assuming as an adult he's gonna look cool as hell. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove.
I mean, I would choose to do that regardless.
Brother, that is my number one free time activity of choice.
That is our hobby.
Yeah, he seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed.
He grew to accept the people around him.
But you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal. Except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced with new hobbies. There were other changes, too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time.
Fuck yeah!
Oh, good for him. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations.
Oh, this is letting us know what all of our choices did!
Yeah. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. Holy shit, he's talking to people on purpose that aren't us!
Yes!
And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone.
What?
Oh shit. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird.
Fuck a tie!
Poor kid.
Well, at least we get to meet 2 new characters that aren't potential love interests as DLC, which is,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
what were their names?
I don't remember. But also, you never know, Shiloh might come back later.
Yeah, that's true.
You never know.
What
He
were
might
the
just
other
show
two?
up when we're, like, in college age.
One is named Baxter,
Uh-huh.
and the other is named Derek. Oh,
I'm
if you
sorry,
get
but
their
Oh? Go
if
ahead,
you get
sorry.
their stories, they get added into the early part of the game.
That's cute.
Like you get to meet them in childhood as well.
Oh, neat.
That's actually kind of fucking cool. And yeah, I'm most likely gonna get the step 4. But the step 4 thing later on, which is, hey, plan a wedding.
It had really been upset when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago.
Poor kid.
Yeah. You learn some heartbreaking things become less sad the further away they are, even if they never had gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it.
That explains why we're dyeing our hair.
You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward now. You were much too old for that one. Lizzie felt too mature for her to be. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did.
We respect that.
Yes. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age.
Well, hopefully that'll change in adulthood.
Yeah. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10.
Oh boy, is it.
Yep. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up as a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again.
Our room!
Your room. I like the room. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays.
Let's take a quick look at the changes.
That's a nice room. It's not a daybed anymore. You have a real-ass bed now.
Yeah, we got a real ass bed.
Real-ass bed? Just to be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed celebrating your time off by sleeping in, or wide awake about to head out and enjoy your time off.
How are we as a team?
That's the question I've been asking myself ahead of time. Was that I feel like we still have the initiative of doing stuff. I don't know. I feel like Kid Us would grow up into someone who still went out and did shit.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting from Quinn. I think we don't get to that until stage 4. We're just like, I don't want to fucking do anything, man. I'm so tired. You made sure to slather on generous amount of sunscreen so you didn't get burnt. Level, reverse, but motivated. You were looking in the mirror, studying the clothes you'd thrown on when your bedroom door opened without warning. In the reflection, you saw Elizabeth raise an eyebrow. Dang, heck yeah, girl.
What a cute hairstyle and necklace.
For real, for real.
And I like that they're keeping her color scheme. But she went from sunflowers to whatever the fuck this is.
Grapefruit?
Maybe. Have you been staring at yourself this whole morning? Could you not next time? Like, I'm in the middle of putting on a fresh skirt. Can you like maybe not, bitch?
She does look great. Full name basis, the perils of
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning. Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario. Could you not next time?
She ignored that, crossing her arms over her chest with a disgruntled expression. Clearly she hadn't come in just to see you.
Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever.
Special boy.
Hi, Bats. Thank you so much for the first time chat. And yeah, we're back to $24.99.
You gotta be shitting me. We've gotten to 2,500 twice this stream.
Yes, we got to 2,500 twice. The same thing happened when I hit 1,000, yeah. And I was like, okay, we're back at 999. Okay, we're at 1,000. Okay, we're 999. Okay, we're at 1,000. Okay, 999.
I love that she still seems to hate Cove, or they seem to not like each other. I'm glad that the vibe is still there.
I also like that no one's like gonna make a comment about our lovely NB Bean, who very may well, be AMAB, is going full dresses and skirts.
Yeah.
Like, come on, let's.
It is probably because of the direct crush decision. Yes.
That is also true.
Yes.
But yeah, let's go the full femboy route.
You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
So come down already. Be right there.
One or three.
Really? That's great. I'm coming.
I am coming immediately. Elizabeth said nothing and left, having done what was instructed of her. Now alone, you focus on the mirror once again.
I would say we're
tall
not
are we?
tall.
I'm saying pretty tall.
I kind of like. I kind of like being average/short, personally.
Okay.
Because, I mean, like, who wouldn't want to be hugged by someone taller than them?
I mean, it's pretty alright.
But then again, I am 5'3" personally.
I'm like 5'7", 5'8".
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna say
one of these.
average, I guess.
Average. Average is perfect for me.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. You small beans.
You shush, Dots.
I am the canonical average height of most men. 5'8" is like canonical average, I think. Cove was really tall. Derek was kind of short, and you were pretty much the exact height that someone would expect for a 13-year-old.
I like my height.
Alright, cool, whatever.
What about you?
I mean, I would rather be taller personally, but I would want to be like 6 foot, 6'2"-ish. But I vote that Quinn likes their height.
Yeah.
I think Quinn's self-confident.
Yeah, Quinn.
In my heart, I like to think that Quinn is one of the few teenagers that just kind of vibes with whatever they feel like being.
Yeah.
And is happy with who they are.
Yeah, let's be a disaster in adulthood.
Maybe. We'll see how it plays out.
Just like a millennial.
Real. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity.
I wonder what kind of gift we're getting.
Me too. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, going down the stairs 2 steps at a time.
Step 2. Second chance.
You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through.
I can't wait to see how our moms changed. Morning, Mom.
She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face. Hell yeah.
Good morning, Quinn. Thank you for coming down.
Hell yeah, Pam, you look great.
Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves?
You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation.
I like that she went from mommy to Ma. So it's not still Mom and Mom.
Yeah. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder. Look who finally made it! Morning, sleepyhead.
What a pretty hair color! Also, I like the slight perspective of art change, like to show that you're taller than a kid now.
I do also like that the purple hair really works for her. She looks great.
It does.
She looks cool. It looks cool as hell. Shouts out to the lesbians with purple hair.
Now, let's see who we're really here for.
You goddamn right! Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average, so you were little in her eyes, despite being a typical size for your own age.
Yeah, Leilani is kind of giant.
Yeah, apparently. That's why I was like, maybe we should be whatever. Anyways,
well, judging by like from what we got, unless they both did in vitro.
Yeah.
It's hard to say because Lizzie or Elizabeth looks like she came from Leilani here.
Yeah, and then
whereas we look like we came from Pam.
We're more Pam core.
Yeah.
I should have said that. That's weird.
Pam core.
Fucking Pam core. 1, 2, or 4. I think. I guess. I don't know. What do you vibe with?
I mean, who doesn't? I mean, I would.
2. Happy with it. Happily?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just you and Cove. That type of small affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. You're the last one down today, you know that?
I was gonna stay in longer, so you're welcome. You know what? Quinn be a little sassy.
Quinn?
I like
Quinn
that.
probably has a good... Quinn does have a good relationship with her parents.
Yeah, let's just, hey, I was gonna stay in a little longer, so you're welcome.
But yeah, that or life isn't a race. Yes, thank you for gracing us all with your presence this fine day. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Here he comes. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, a couple of things. 1, fruit bouquet.
Oh my god.
Fruit bouquet.
Fruit bouquet.
2, look at him blushing.
He's blushing and poking his fingies. Oh my god! This is so cute. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as his bushy hair covered his part of his face. His features were pinched in embarrassment as he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, it was instead carefully cut fruit.
Have you ever gotten a fruit bouquet?
I don't know.
They're pretty delicious if they're done right.
Oh my god, this is so precious. Fruit bouquets rule. Good old fruit basket.
You know what? Don makes a good point here. Quinn confident with their height because whenever Cove gets blushy, he does this and it's within headbet range.
Real. God, he's so cute. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating.
Yep.
At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey. You smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove, and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him.
Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah, you too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship.
Oh, it's mutual!
They both want a smooch! It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved to Mitch. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happened.
I love this.
This is so homosexual. You couldn't help but smirk to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway.
So I love that he's got this like wild mess of hair. He's getting a lot more relaxed with his outfit.
Yeah.
But the one thing that's always stuck out to me, his eyebrows.
Yeah, they're wavy. It's awesome. What should I change his voice in any specific way?
Maybe just like a little like deeper. Like he has started to grow a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to not just do my voice.
No, that's perfectly understandable.
Yeah, anyways. Wait, I already did this one. He smiled earnestly.
Oh, genuine smiles.
Oh my god, he's happy on purpose.
Do you think he's doing contacts now or doesn't need glasses anymore? Like, because they weren't, like, for eyesight as much as they were for, like, sensory things?
I don't know.
Because he said that the glasses were so that he wouldn't be dizzy during the sleepover?
That's true. Right. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from.
We gotta.
They're gonna make him blush. We're just going for the fucking jugular from the jump.
You know, Cove, you're too cute sometimes.
I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all this,
Mark.
okay?
And thank you, Dakota911, once again, for being follower number 2500, the third.
I fucking hope so for real this time.
Oh no, number 2501! Woo!
www.
Thank you so much!
Yeah!
I'm sorry, you came in just as we had an ad break start. Oh, fuck.
Ah, beans.
Ha, sure thing.
Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had, though after 5 years you were used to his antics. And you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was.
Why would we say we don't like him?
What? No, I think his dad's cool.
Yeah, let's go from crushing on the kid to crushing on the parent.
Yeah.
No!
I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Or 5.
I'm gonna say that this is what Elizabeth is thinking, considering how she's growing up.
I'm alright. But for real though, I think he's nice.
Yeah, he is a nice guy.
I don't know if he was great would be I think he is great. He was great would be too strong.
Yeah.
I'd say out of character, I think he's pretty funny, but I think nice is probably the appropriate.
Yeah, I think
choice.
Quinn would say he seems pretty nice because we've known him since we were a kid. We've known him for 3 years now.
Although he is pretty weird. He did try to literally bribe us to help him find his child.
Yeah, he's pretty weird himself, more weird than Cove.
Yeah, but he's a nice kid. He's a nice
I
guy.
wish you could pick 2.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, when you get choices like this, it's like, hey, there's 2 blue, 2 yellow, 2 green choices. Hey, would you like to pick blue-green? Would you like to pick blue-blue?
It's just so weird to be like, yeah, his dad's cute.
Yeah,
I'm like, that's
exactly.
kind of fucked. It's kind of fucked.
Me answering, great and handsome. Quinn answering, weird or nice.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
I mean, I am genuinely intrigued to see what the answer would be, what it'll tell us, but I want to just go with he was nice.
I think
Yeah.
Cliff is a nice guy. He's a nice guy.
He's just a nice guy. You knew he wasn't completely perfect, but he always seemed to try so hard for the sake of others.
We still don't know what he does for a living, other than scuba
That
diving.
true.
I think he's
Maybe
some sort of like
a scuba teacher.
I'm thinking scuba teacher, some sort of treasure diver, or some sort of like marine biologist type thing that requires that a lot.
That's fair.
It's one of those 3.
That makes sense to me so far. Maybe
But
we'll find out.
with the fact that he can solo parent afford his own house.
This is a nice universe where that's just the thing, I guess. I think we're just in a universe where the economy isn't in shambles.
Man, what a fantasy world.
Right? Owning a home as a single parent. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout.
Is this Cliff? Are we gonna see Cliff?
There you are. You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. Do you want to do Derek? Or do you want me to do Derek?
I can do Derek.
We don't know anything about this guy. How do we feel about him?
I mean, as we learned, he became our friend.
Yeah.
Like, during the transition, we learned he was our friend.
Yes, it'd be one.
So why would we be displeased at the sight of him?
Why in any universe would we be upset that our friend is here? Other than we want to talk to our potential boyfriend.
I'm happy to see Derek.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Mr. Holden and Derek's dad did start a business. Yeah, they did.
Mm-hmm. Resco, that's the only reason I would feel that way. That doesn't make sense for the character we're writing, though. We were happy.
I agree, Ton.
Interrupting Cove time, so true, bestie. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath.
So yeah, this is one of the DLC characters.
Mm-hmm.
Who you can, learn more about and, get as a potential second love interest.
A bite of 87. Is that the jersey of 87?
Yeah, it's jersey of 87.
Oh my god. Fine, boom. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey, guy and pal.
I appreciate that, brother.
Look at how short he is! He looks like a child!
He's a short king! We stand a short king in this house. Oh, also, it's probably just because Cove is gigantic, apparently.
Yeah. I get the feeling Cove's not going to grow anymore.
Maybe a little bit.
Like maybe like an inch or two, as opposed to shooting up a couple of feet.
Mm-hmm.
I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. I should have figured you'd be at Quinn's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there?
I do like that he went from, as a kid, wanting to always be in his own home, to being over here.
He never in his own home yet. And Cove just like, how fucking dare you accuse me of the truth? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more with his eyes widened and he gasped.
What's that?
You followed his gaze unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift.
It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice, can I have some?
It's a gift for my family. As we learned, it's not just a gift for me. I can't give someone else's gift.
And would Cove care?
I don't know.
I would probably be like, I haven't even tried any yet.
Yeah, I haven't even tried any yet myself.
Or some later. I don't know. This is tough. I don't want to be mean to our. I don't want to be mean to our friend. I don't think would Cove care.
I don't know, because it's like it was a gift Mr. Holden bought for the family and had Cove bring to us.
I don't know. Truthfully, I don't know. I'm gonna leave that one to you.
I am torn.
I got nothing, gang. I'm a little torn on this one.
4 is probably the most diplomatic, as Resco says. Yeah, because it was a gift given by Mr. Holden to the Reed family.
Mm-hmm. Maybe later punt on it and hope he forgets. God damn. Oh, sorry. Okay. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet.
Awesome.
Then he nodded his head as if to clear it.
Anyway, that's right. I came here because I need to say something big, because I like using big words that make me seem tall.
He paused, possibly for effect.
A big pause.
Oh my god.
There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird.
Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago.
Okay, so it's been 5 whole years.
Yeah.
So Cove is...
It should be 13.
No, wait, we were 8. That's right, we were 8.
Yeah, Cove should be 13.
Yeah, we're 13-year-olds now.
If I remember correctly, I think you said it's a 5-year separation each time.
I believe that is.
Yee. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through.
No, the new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Nope, I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair and glasses, pretty small, seemed really upset about something. Huh?
Wait a minute.
What? I hope you didn't leave.
You blinked. Slowly you looked over to your longtime neighbor.
That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway.
It does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly.
I can see that really well now that you say so. Well, what do you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We shall meet him.
I'll do it.
Sure, I want to see who this person is.
Derek grinned. Then he pointed down the street, the way he came.
Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going in this direction.
Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence.
I can say from like the DLC, you get a glimpse of him, of one of his potential looks in adulthood, and it looks like he went fucking pro athlete.
Damn, good for him. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun.
It was Shiloh.
Maybe. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You were curious about him and what he was so mad about. Derek must have felt the same as you. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy.
Hey, guy, over here.
The kid whipped around, and an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiated from him.
You know what he reminds me of immediately?
What's that?
Weevil Underwood from Yu-Gi-Oh!
He does. Yes, I'm going to summon the Insect Queen at attack mode. I can't do a Weevil voice, I will die. What voice do we do for this guy? What are we thinking? Chat, what are we... Booklets?
Definitely something kind of...
Y'all have a vibe idea for this character's voice?
Mandark.
Because I was like, do I just do the... Oh, do I do this Slack Hooper voice again? What is it? What do you want? Can we go for this one? What are we thinking here, guys? What are we thinking, gamers? Beans. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, whiz. You know what? I can't do that one for probably more than another hour. Mandark. You want a Mandark it
what
up?
Is it what do you want?
What is it you want? Okay. The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet.
What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? No, I'm Derek. That's Quinn Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so it's cool to see someone else here.
Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then.
They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it.
What?
My parents, they're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can't you not figure that out on your own? Right, my dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he has to come from work and all that stuff. It's not bad.
That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy.
He's kind of a prick off the bat.
Yeah, but you know, he looks like he's going through some shit. He looks like he's going through something.
Understandable.
I'm like, no, he's having a day.
I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably, either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of a time, a chore. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. Ugh!
If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No!
Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away.
Oh, I get the type of teen he is.
Yeah?
He's like I just don't want to do anything. Don't want to do anything. Stop asking me. I'll do something what I want when I want to do it.
That's me. That's kind of me.
They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Pfft. Also, good job, Seribot. Seribot has gotten 20 bots today so far.
Wow.
What a good bot.
Good bot.
But also kind of wild that I've got 20 people trying to, you know, do that.
That is crazy.
Cheap viewers on this site. Cheap viewers on this site. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid who paid your cereal this morning. But knowing what we know about Cove, I feel like we would have grown into speaking more like this. Quinn is a person.
I think so too.
Like, sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. As if that does anything.
You turn to Cove, lowering your voice.
The two of you aren't that similar after all.
Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Hey, you take that back about Cove's eyebrows.
Oh, I'm gonna send this guy to Super Double Hell.
You just went from maybe we can be friends to Shadow Realm. Negative zone.
I'm gonna whoop your ass 6 ways from Sunday, brother. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both.
Come on. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut?
I don't know. Paige, I trust your instincts on this one.
Oh, okay, so my first reaction is, I love his eye. Like, I myself, as a person, said his eyebrows are cool. That's an amazing design.
How can you have wavy eyebrows? It's awesome.
They're really unique and special. But yeah, I think the eyebrows are so cool. Your eyebrows are fine. Your eyebrows are fleek, man.
Real. On God.
This is what I would say is a first reaction.
Yes, do it. Cope smiled weakly.
Now I know why you thought we had anything in common. You must be blind.
What are you, blind? You can just lunge at him! I'd say grin, patted Cove on the shoulder. Maybe.
Definitely pat Cove on the shoulder. He seems like he needs some reassurance.
Yeah. Do it. Cove gave you a watery look in exchange for the silent support. Trying to talk to the rude boy clearly wasn't going to go anywhere.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you? Wow, wow. This is dumb.
Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened.
I can't believe it. What a mean kid.
Eric wasn't kidding. By the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Eric sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe.
He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression.
But you know what would really improve the day?
What?
He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement you were still holding. You completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You'd gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. YOLO.
Yeah, why not? Let's eat.
You could have lunged at Jeremy with fruit in hand. You're gonna beat him to death with a fruit basket. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for his skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own.
Ooh. I would say pineapple or strawberry.
Strawberry.
Strawberry. Strawberry.
Strawberry. Strawberry. Strawberry.
With strawberry.
That's me. This is me reading this line. It's just me saying strawberry. The strawberry was the brain red beckoning.
You know what one of my favorite things to do is, as like a little treat?
Was
like
that?
if I want to treat myself to something light yet sugary.
Yeah.
Mix a little bit of white sugar and brown sugar in like a little bowl. Cut up a bunch of strawberries and then just dip them into that, like just give them a nice little crunchy coating.
Kid me Dad would just like pour just plain white sugar and we'd just do that. I never thought about white and brown sugar together.
It adds a nice little smoky sweetness.
I'll have to try that sometime.
Strawberry.
It was the obvious first choice. Strawberry. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments.
This is amazing. So the thing with pineapple is it's great when it's paired with something, but just having pineapple laying on its own can be a little much.
I don't really like pineapple most of the time anyways. It tastes pretty nice, and this fruit kebab thing is fun.
Hey, you do remember the Land Before Time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars.
3 stars.
God, remember the Land Before Time?
Sadly, yes.
I remember the first 3 movies, but apparently there were 14.
Yeah, there are a lot of them. Most of them are kind of bad.
So I've heard.
It's a trip.
Yeah, chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. And there was that scene with the pretty trees, and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you?
You think things taste better when they're shaped like stars?
Unironically, yes, I do.
I think that's a fun one.
Like, if you're gonna take the effort to make things look a little prettier,
Yeah,
they taste better.
He snickered.
Not everything, but it probably helps.
The 3 of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. Number 2.
Yeah, definitely number 2.
Derek was right. It was so good you were already brightening up from the earlier drama. Hey, Quinn.
Yeah?
The 2 of you met eyes casually. Thanks for what you said back then. It's nice not everybody thinks like that guy.
Oh, it's okay. He was just being a jerk.
Derek chimed in strongly.
Don't listen to it, Cove. He's a problem. People shouldn't say those kinds of things.
Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh.
So, are you both ready for summer break? Definitely.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? Are you ready?
I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey, Quinn.
You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased.
Well, you know, I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. About that.
Yeah, we ate it.
About that. About that, Elizabeth.
She leered over you with arms folded.
About that. So, where is it? In our tums?
I ate it. You're late. It's all gone.
Yeah, you're late. It's all gone, bitch. What do you mean by gone?
You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open at the tone of her voice rose.
Seriously, Quinn? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home.
She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly.
Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad.
It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today.
Let me have my boyfriend!
For real, let me just exist with this man. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship.
Seagull.
A seagull, yeah!
Eh.
Well, the morning it was kind of a disaster when we met Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the morning's been kind of a disaster.
Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all placated.
Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. You better get out of here.
Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What kid? I don't see anyone.
Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised.
As soon as we get out of this little opening scene, yeah, I know I have been live for 8 hours.
You've been live for a very long time, gamer.
I have done a full workday.
Yeah.
I ran.
Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
I'm running in my skirt.
I think we'll be done once we're done with this.
They're so immature.
She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow.
Considering how active she was as a kid,
Yeah,
this is kind of like a 180 for her. I wonder if she's still in golf.
I am intrigued. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph.
We escaped and she'll live to see another day! My mom's gonna be so bad when Elizabeth tells the story.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
Still worth it, though.
You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. You had gotten a bit of scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to go get dessert on their own.
Yeah, good for her.
That's better. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the event was settled. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone.
I can hear this phone's ringtone just by looking at it.
Yep.
Good night, Kara!
Good night, Kara! You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and you were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly.
Hell yeah!
Nice. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together.
That's a mood. That's a mood.
Yeah, real mood there.
I feel like this is us.
Yeah.
Like we're the outgoing them bee. We have lots of girlfriends.
Real.
Like regardless of gender, we
Yes.
have lots of girlfriends.
Hell yeah.
Girl space friends.
2 words.
2 words
Cove-
because
word.
Cove is going to be boy no space friend.
I'm polyamorous for Cove and Cove Holden and Mr. Cove Holden.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm dating 3 Coves.
Cove
Even
has
though
a
you-
harem of 3 of 3 partners. Me, myself, and I.
You goddamn right. Even though you weren't a girl, you befriended them pretty well.
See, that's also super nice.
Mm-hmm. You also had a lot of non-girlfriends.
That, you know, it is nice to have friends.
I think Quinn would have as many friends as possible.
Yeah.
What kind of gender someone was didn't seem to make any difference in who you got along with.
Progress. We've made progress as a species in this game.
Yeah! Poggers. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. I have needed to go to the bathroom for too long. I'm gonna run away. If you want to keep going, by all means, please do.
Read Residence, Quinn speaking. You were greeted by a distorted, high-pitched giggle.
Yo!
She's so cute!
She looks so cute.
Why do you sound so weird? Mom answers the phone like that sometimes. It's supposed to be polite. You should go with hi. That was something a robot would say. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out... Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room. Oh, yeah. You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom set a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. That does make sense. That does make sense to leave an object where it is. Unless you're actively using the object. Just make sure to put the object back where it originated from so that people know where it is. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You jogged up the stairs, taking 2 at a time, smiling.
That's a good policy, I agree.
After you had arrived, you would shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat out in your bed. Alright, I'm here. Cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything.
Whoa.
Oh my god, you got a cell phone? Wow, really?
Thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you.
Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd change their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great.
But nice to be... Yeah, really great, but nice to be using a home phone. Definitely number 1, I guess. Or would have actually...
Yeah, definitely number 1. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want.
Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver.
At least I said I could have it someday. I can't wait.
She sighed dramatically.
I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college.
Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School is such a big part of your life right now. How smart are we? What do you think? What do you think about Quinn, smarts-wise? Are we just are we Mary Suing it? Because I'm down with Mary Suing it a little.
I am not going to say full-on Mary Sue.
Yeah, fair.
But...
I'd say worked hard for excellent grades.
yeah, worked hard.
Yeah, I think that our character works hard. Every A+ you brought home was a result of concentration and diligence. You hope that you will be able to keep it up through high school.
You will not, because the subject matter will change and you will notice a marked difference in the difficulty, and you will see that some subjects come easier to you while some subjects are now completely alien to you.
Real. So true.
For example, I was a straight A student in middle school.
Oh no.
Once I hit high school, I started getting F's in English. Which is odd because I am now a fucking author.
Yep.
I would love to go back to my school, rub my A+ thesis paper in my old teacher's face and be like, hey, see what I used here on this paper? I used the word I. And you know what that I got me on my paper that I used the first person on? A+. I went to one of those schools.
Yeah.
Where it was like, hey, you're supposed to write a paper in your opinion, but you can't put your opinion or yourself in the paper, otherwise we're going to automatically fail it.
That's so fucking stupid.
I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck do you mean I'm supposed to tell you my opinion without putting myself in the goddamn paper?
Real.
God, sorry.
Okay.
I am still incensed about that shit that we teach.
I don't get it. What I do get is Lee seems like a cool character.
She does.
Yeah. You were confident your grades would remain great.
Yeah, I'm confident.
Yeah. You could definitely keep the streak going.
There goes my inhaler. Yeah.
Uh-oh. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
You sound so spacey. What's up?
Just thinking about school.
Lee groaned.
Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? Because that's what you should be thinking about. That's what I'm doing. I'm thinking about summer, not thinking about school.
Real.
Let's make a petition for more vacation time.
Honestly.
Yeah, everybody in class would sign it. Maybe even some of the teachers too. They hate us.
That's true.
Oh, I guess school isn't always all the way bad. You could do some good things there. You could just do more when school's out.
It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty much it. Or gym is pretty great.
I think Quinn is like a lot more about the social aspect of like, hey,
Yeah.
Because as a kid, we didn't get to spend a lot of time with a lot of kids, but now, whenever school's around, hey, here's a chance to hang out with kids we haven't seen all summer.
Real.
If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here.
Uh-huh. Oh, you can pick multiple things.
Oh, you can just do them all. Gym was pretty great though. I think learning new things in gym. I don't think they care about the lunches.
Yeah. Make your own lunches. Unless it's like provided to you for free. Because if it's like that thing where it's like, hey, here's an because again, my high school had an itemized cafeteria.
Yeah.
Where you had to piecemeal buy everything that you wanted to drink. Which was stupid.
Gym is pretty great, though. There was all sorts of sports stuff during gym.
Oh yeah, it can be fun sometimes.
Learning new things could be cool, I guess.
I mean, yeah, I'm learning art. I'm learning writing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But would Quinn be excited to learn new things?
I don't know. I feel like Quinn would like doing new things. I don't know if it's learning necessarily in a school setting.
Yeah, I think that was all.
Okay.
What do you say?
Yeah, sure.
That's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. Now, I agree the topic of school is officially closed.
You're here.
We have to talk about this summer first before we start planning the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Like, I'm gonna visit my cousins.
You chuckled, of course.
What's something you want to do, the first thing that comes to your head? I think Quinn is gonna get into art.
Okay.
Like, remember, as a kid, Quinn had, like, a lot of pretty good drawings, especially ones that Cove liked.
Right. Yeah.
I think
right.
Quinn would be into art.
Okay. Sure.
Quinn gonna get on the I'm gonna make my own webtoon arc.
Oh no. No, why would you curse them like this?
Got some new art supplies. I can't wait to try them out. I can't wait to see what you make.
You leaned back in your bed, settling in as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day, you sat up straighter.
I was with Cove today. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean.
Mean.
He was expressly mean.
Mean, definitively.
Yeah. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. Just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove, it was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. I'm sure you're going to for the story.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be here this whole chapter.
You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist.
Damn. God damn. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until
she
they
does
started
have
to
pretty
annoy her.
eyes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove.
You got me.
Yeah, you got me.
You got me there. Lee laughed at your affirmation, deeply amused. After a moment, you chuckled along with her. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
How long are you going to hog the phone?
Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face.
Time's up.
Probably number 2, I guess?
Yeah, with a sigh, we do have to say our goodbyes to Lee. Because, like, what if our moms need to use a phone?
Yeah, true.
Who cares if Elizabeth does right now?
Real. So true.
Lee, I have to go now. Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi, too.
You'd barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room.
Hi, Satara! Thank you for the hydrate.
Yee! Your ma's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone?
Yeah. yeah, Elizabeth has it. I'm using it.
With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows.
It's the ghost, it's back!
From your vantage point, you only saw the moon in an open sky. You were confused or curious?
Yeah, definitely confused or curious. I would say curious.
Probably. Yeah. What had caused that noise?
Definitely the ghost.
Yep. Cocking your head, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes.
Also, I love the fact that we have this bay window.
It's so good.
Cove?
You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than the others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Wait, he is outside your windows directly. Holy shit. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass.
You're gonna get another cast, boy!
Holy shit. Yeah, this is how he breaks his other arm. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside. Hi, Quinn. What's up, Romeo? Amazing, my dreams have come true!
Oh god, which of these two?
Oh, both of those are great! Booklets!
Which do we choose?
Booklets help!
My dreams have come true. Yeah, we have 2 votes for 6 already.
Yeah, my dreams. Thanks. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say to that. I know that it's late, but I didn't know what else to do.
You could text. Oh, right.
Right. You have a computer in your room. Does he not have a computer?
Maybe we don't have knowledge of Discord here yet.
What about like AOL? There's gotta be, even if they have phone, they have house phones that are like wireless, so it's gotta be at least like AOL era.
Alright, let's see what this is.
If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Uh-oh. Well, besides with you, I mean, but that's why I did that. Uh-oh. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone.
Yeah, about that.
Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably.
Oh, fuck.
Uh-oh. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? You didn't comment on him eavesdrop. I would say 2 or 3 here.
Yeah, definitely 3 in this case.
This is more important. There were other things to talk about.
Are you gonna stay with your mom for a while again?
Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened, varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed him seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they're saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay here with us. Huh.
Are they gonna work things out?
Maybe? You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face.
Is she gonna do that?
Yeah. She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, but before school starts.
Oh.
You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna all be all together again. The three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks.
Yeah, I can understand his frustration.
Yeah. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. Now I feel really bad for feeling this way.
No, I understand your feelings perfectly. That's valid.
Yeah, no, Cove is valid here. When it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something.
We can deal with this. I'm here for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
the first thing to grab my eyes.
I was gonna say it's 2 or 3 for me.
Yeah, I want to say...
Honestly, number 1. No, 2 or 3. 2 or 3. We had
I would say 3 is a little more like, hey, I'm here for you, and I'm not gonna force you to say that I'm here for you. Whereas this is like, hey, we're gonna do this together.
I think that's 3.
It's like, give him the option.
Yeah.
Give him the option to reach for our hand.
Exactly. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude.
Yeah, about that guy.
Yeah. And as if that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Quinn? The sound of your name said quietly pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you concerned. Are you okay?
I don't know. I'm more worried about you.
Whatever you want to go with, I'm okay with.
I don't know.
Okay. I get it. At least, I think I do. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your soul somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer, just doing something else?
Yeah, you want to play solitaire on my computer?
You got games on your phone?
No, I don't have a phone yet.
He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Wait. Yeah, I think, do we go for the flashlight again? I kind of want to save this. I don't know, what do you want to do here? It's 2 or 3. Or what do we say we can always stay here? What do you think? Booklets? I'm like, do we go number 2 for the cute callback? Or do we go for the, of course you can always stay here? Rage, what do you think? What's speaking to you?
3 grabs me more as like a canon response, whereas this is a DLC response.
That's fair. But I mean, they're both canon.
Yes, they are both canon.
This is really tough. Because I'm like... No, yeah, 2 does feel more like a friend response.
But here we're crushing.
Yeah, I think it's 3. Yeah, y'all are right. I think it's 3. As much as I do want to see if there's a picture of them playing cards as teenagers under the bed, like they were as kids, that's really good. As if he even had to ask. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room.
That's a marked difference from the other night.
Yep. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you couldn't tell this time it was half-hearted. You could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. Hug or taking his hand?
Yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
This is really hard. I think it's the hand.
Hand holding.
I think the hand holding. I don't know because we haven't hugged him yet in this, right?
We have hugged him multiple times in step 1.
I meant in step 2 though.
That's true. We haven't hugged him yet in step 2.
So I'm like, the hand holding calls back to me to the sitting under the sign thing where we were like holding his hand as we did that. I think it's one of these two, but I would maybe the hug. I don't know. This is tough.
You want to go for the hug? We can go for the hug.
I don't know. This is really tough. A good platonic hug isn't out of the question. True. But I'm like, is it the hug or is it... Hugs are good for stress. That's true.
And he needs to de-stress right now.
Yes.
Hug it is.
I think y'all have won. Yeah, the hug. And my gut reaction is the hand holding because I think it'd be cute. But yeah, this is better. Oh my god. You moved closer and wrapped your arms around him. There wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. What is that face, brother? With the open mouth? Are you okay? Is he okay?
I don't
know. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken, often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways. And you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was steaming throughout your window and warming your peachy skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night and the two of you spent time together, trying to not wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but you couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home.
That's nice.
You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise!
Oh.
He never left. He was still there in the morning.
He finally slept over!
He did. Cove!
Yeah, Cove.
He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. He was what a respectable boy. What an honest, good boy. With your shout, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Ow. Laugh quietly, or are you okay? Or help him up.
Definitely, are you okay?
Okay, buddy. You winced at his tumble, hoping no one else in the house had heard either of your outbursts. Yeah, I'm alright. Cove rubbed at his forehead a little, and you weren't sure what that was entirely true. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept over last night, the two of you would be in very big trouble.
And teenager punishments are much worse than kid punishments, let's face it.
Yep. Cove blinked at you a couple times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh my god, I fell asleep! You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove stopped mid-step, and you wanted to ask what he had been searching for, but you guessed he wouldn't know the answer to that himself. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's gonna be alright.
Yeah, it's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright. You just need to wait before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, you would have heard about it already.
Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that that was true.
Yeah, see you later, Cove.
At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Oh, thanks. Again. You're a good friend, Quinn.
You're a good Quinn friend.
A really good friend. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge.
Definitely gonna wish him luck.
Luck or rally.
I would say rally in this case.
Yeah, go, 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 go.
You've got this, Cove.
You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try to keep in watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground.
Man, he's like a parkour expert.
This kid's crazy! Good on him. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards this house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to.
Accidental Rizzler.
Real. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. Deciding there was nothing more you could do, you hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs.
We gotta find a way. When should we stop? Should we keep going until we get the options, or what?
I assumed so. Jesus Christ. We might be almost there, I think so. I'd like to hope so.
I'm gonna say put on your slippers always first.
Yes. You knew it was summer, but your slippers were comfy and cozy and made you feel better whenever you wore them. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Thank you, Don. You were close. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why are you being so weird?
You hadn't even done anything! Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. Your eyes flickered left and right as you sidestepped her and headed towards the kitchen.
Quinn? Does she know, chat?
I'm holding this one in.
Shrug it off.
Shrug it off.
I'm not.
You spoke so nonchalantly you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further.
Whatever.
Then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh.
Oh, she's a door slammer. Fun.
Oh boy. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. Looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, omelet, fruit salad, there were even a few sausage links.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Damn, that sounds nice.
Definitely took a little bit of everything.
If you can avoid meat or animal
we can go
products,
veggie.
That's cool. I'd say I'm happy with whatever, but
I think
I'm
going
going
vegetarian would be neat.
okay, sure, whatever.
But no, I would say take a little bit of everything at this moment, because like our moms made us.
But this is the only chance we'll probably have to establish this, though.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
So if you do want to establish this as a canon,
I don't want to go full vegan.
yeah, I think vegetarian if anything.
Pescatarian, vegetarian. So here's the thing: if we choose this and we get offered sushi, are we gonna say no to the sushi because meat?
I don't know. I think that's a case-by-case basis. That is the one thing I am like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I'm an omnivore myself.
Yeah, I'm eating all this shit. Are you inserts the parent classic of the seafood diet pun? No! Here? Okay. It was tasty! You appreciated that there was variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. Still canon, we're Hydro homies! Yeah! It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Quinn!
Let's wait and see who this is.
Confused, you look over to an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school, or from the country club your moms took you to.
Hi, Morgan!
Wow, they are rich. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into your house.
I'm thinking this is Cove's mother.
That's my assumption.
Have fun lurking, Morgan. Hey.
Hi, Morgan. Thanks for lurking. So this is where the green hair comes from.
Not.
Jesus. Hello, ma'am. It's nice to meet you.
So here's the thing. Are Cove and Jeremy related?
That would be nuts.
I don't think so. I think that's just a coincidence.
I'm assuming not as well.
Because they are roughly the same age. There's no way Jeremy would be in the picture without Cove knowing.
Yeah, I think that's the case. As well.
But goddamn, she's so pretty. Oh, I love that top she's wearing. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you?
You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar.
My son lives here, and my ex, too.
With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from
Hello?
her own house. She was Cove's mom. Hello, Raiders!
Yeah, same. Oh, thank you for the first time chat and the first time raid.
You played through several times? I'm very jealous. This
Look
game's
at
so
her.
precious. She seems pretty alright, I guess.
Yeah. Design-wise, I like her.
No, yeah. No, I'm being sarcastic, but I like her. I'm just trying to be polite about it.
Uh-huh.
All of Cove's parents are stupid hot. What the fuck? You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. Real.
It made sense that she was Kove's mom.
Yeah. Yeah. They had the same eyes and other physical traits in common. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extends a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist.
Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra.
Oh, hi,
I
Mark.
might as well shake her hand, I guess.
Talony Diddums, thank you so much for the follow.
We're being polite. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide.
I'm Quinn, but you already knew that. That I do. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Quinn.
Oh, and yeah, that is my new follower notification. I'm trying to get my own custom one up onto sound alerts, but I don't know how to upload my own custom sound, so I could just be me saying, "Oh, hi, Bookmark."
I've talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her.
What has Cove said about me?
Yeah? I mean, yeah, good question.
I'd like to know if our boyfriend talks about us.
What has Cove said about me?
Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. Bitch!
That's fair. No, that's a good mom. That's good mom energy right there. Even if I'm like, about her so far. She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer, though. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side, and for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day.
You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about all this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood.
Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore's at work.
That's a fucking weird way to talk about his father and your ex, but okay, honey. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holt.
Hey, you should come with us, Quinn. I'd love to get to know you better.
Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you could not miss.
Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting in this street for the time being. Anywhoosies, let's go.
Wait, please! Help me! Help! Help me! Kyra walked ahead towards your house and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now.
You need us.
This boy needs help. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear.
What happened? Did your dad know you were gone?
Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something we're planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer.
Oh, fuck.
You were surprised to hear that, too. Cove sighed again, even harder.
I'll go with you if you really want me to.
He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
No, you.
Thanks. That'd be cool. The two of you headed over where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realize that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her.
Hello there, I'm Pamela. I see you've met my kid Quinn, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while.
Ira laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor.
I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you.
A head of purple-brown hair caught your eyes as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands. Hi, Quinn, Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in?
I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want you to hold up with a surprise visit.
Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Quinn went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly.
Yeah, I'm happy. I get to spend time with Cove.
Of course. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous. Expect us back in an hour or two.
We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you.
I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here.
Yeah, there's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward, and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more lighthearted than that. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son.
Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby?
Hey, did she take a taxi the whole way? I mean, maybe she flew. She might have flown in. She might have taken one from the airport or something if she flew in. I don't know how they got here. I guess they drove here, so who knows? Not really. Ira pouted at him a little and turned to you instead.
How about you, Quinn? Want to point me in the right direction? I have a couple of favorites.
Sure. We're gonna at least be polite to her, so that way. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna full cold shoulder her.
Yeah, we don't know
and make
her
things
yet.
worse for Cove.
Yeah, exactly. We can at least try to be the mediator here. You've been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest.
There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there.
Oh, God. He huffed at her and turned his face away.
I don't want to force Cove to choose.
I was gonna say, if you don't have a strong opinion, insist Kyra decides.
Yeah.
I'm like,
But
you know what? Yeah, although she did ask. Here, I'll just roll a die.
I would say more the tropical theme place.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna lean towards, probably between the two. Just because I'm like, I mean, a Chinese place sounds great though, but
Yeah.
let's go to the weird fancy place.
Thank you, Quinn. Will you show us the way?
You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead.
Go to the weird fancy place on someone else's dime.
Real. That's a good point, Rezko. That's very smart thinking. Cove explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. I think we're just doing the entire part. Jesus Christ.
We are going to get to the steps eventually, right? The little mini stories?
Because I'm like, can we... Maybe I should have been like, let's stop at his mom showing up.
Do you want to stop here for now?
I literally have been I worked, came home, and then ate food, and then came on.
I have been live for 8.5 hours now.
Yeah,
I have not eaten since before I started streaming.
Jesus Christ, Paige. If you had said that, I would have made us stop hours ago.
Yeah, YouTube, thank you for being here. We'll see you in the next one, YouTube.
Take care, YouTube.
Bye.